Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefenk, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is February 1st, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Decker. She's present.
Present, sorry, thank you.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here,
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or are attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. At this time, we will go to item 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. But before I do, I want to make a note that item 5C is being taken off the agenda and will be brought back to the agenda in the coming weeks. Thank you. Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, members of the commission, Mr. Tiefenk, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Inspector General. So as I do each week, I'm going to speak briefly about COVID, its impact on department operations. I'll talk about significant events, including 2 officer-involved shootings, one of which occurred this morning, and well as other significant events, crime and our personnel strength. Regarding COVID, much as we've seen in the region, our situation as far as the impact of COVID on the health and welfare of our people has continued to improve. This last week, we had a total of 290 new positive tests for COVID, of which 132 of those individuals had been previously vaccinated. This is an improvement from the previous week, which number stood at 331. And as the commission is well aware, the weeks before that were in excess of 500 and 600 cases. The status of our workforce is improving also in the sense of the numbers. When we saw the surge some 2 to 3 weeks ago, we're now seeing those numbers of personnel returning back to the workplace. This last week, we had the number of, that are now out and at home at 362. That number last week stood at 1,333. That is, however, I will say a combination of also auditing each person that was listed as whether their status had returned to work or not, and there was an improvement in that and the accuracy of that report as well. These are manual processes as a means of just clarity. Our systems are we still working with COVID and understanding how to track and register the temperament of those that are impacted by COVID. They're linked from work and then back in the workplace. But we have seen a substantial improvement, and now our numbers at 362. 2 of those individuals are hospitalized. One of those is a long-term individual since August of this last year. I am happy and I'm encouraged to report that over the last month, he has made incremental improvements and changes. He's still in very, very serious condition with some substantial health issues directly related to COVID, but there is progress being made. Regarding our mobile vaccination effort, that does continue. It is essentially now being used by our membership for boosters and second shots. We had 43 additional vaccines this last week that was delivered. For our workforce now, we stand at just over 83% of our workforce is vaccinated. And as we move forward, we continue to look to the expectation, and I've heard from a number of public members about complaints or concerns relative to members wearing face masks and face coverings as required both inside our workplaces as well as in the field. The department is currently investigating approximately 250 investigations that are related directly to a public complaint that a member of this workforce was not wearing a mask as required. We are investigating those complaints and have taken disciplinary action on those that have had prior failures. So the concern of the public that our workforce be vaccinated is one that we share. We want a fully vaccinated workforce, and regardless of vaccination status, we expect our members to wear a face covering, face mask as required. And in instances in which an allegation is made about an individual failing that, we will investigate it, and if found true, we will take corrective action. And if, again, it was a previous incident that the person's been counseled or corrective action, lesser corrective action's been taken, then I am taking disciplinary action and accelerating through a progressive process for that. I will note that out of I do see instances of public accounts where people are not wearing face coverings, and we now have daily inspections going on by our supervisors of field officers and personnel wearing face coverings and documenting those, and also taking corrective action for instances of any failures. So the department remains committed to ensuring that our workforce is both healthy and is safe during this COVID pandemic, as well as their activities in the field, as well as in the workplace, is exercising personal protective measures as required for not just their safety, but their families as well as those they come in contact with. Next area I'd like to address is we've had 2 officer-involved shootings. One, as I said earlier this morning, very preliminary information on that. Let me first cover the incident that occurred in Hollenbeck area on the 28th of January at approximately 1:20 in the afternoon. At that time, Hollenbeck narcotic enforcement details, these are officers that are in plain clothes, were in the area of Evergreen and Wabash Avenue in the Hollenbeck area when they observed a male later identified as Adrian Aldalco, a male Hispanic, 28 years of age, and he observed him to be armed with a firearm. Those narcotic enforcement detail officers broadcasted for Hollenbeck patrol units to respond to the area. And when patrol units arrived, Mr. Aldalco was seen running from them, and he produced a firearm allegedly from his waistband, and an officer-involved shooting occurred. Mr. Aldalco was struck by gunfire and transported by rescue ambulance to a local hospital where he is in stable condition. A firearm was recovered at the scene, and it was a 9mm Luger Polymer 80, which essentially makes this a ghost gun. These are these unregistered, unserialized weapons. It was equipped, and it was, first of all, it was loaded, but it was also equipped with an extended magazine that could hold as many as 32 rounds, live rounds. Fortunately, no officers were injured during this incident. Force Investigation Division personnel did respond, as did the District Attorney's officer-involved shooting rollout team and the Office of the Inspector General. The second event occurred early this morning, and I'm just getting initial reports on this, so my information is very preliminary, but it appears that at about 2:15 this morning, Foothill area officers, uniformed officers, responded to a radio call of an assault with a deadly weapon suspect located in the 12900 block of Desmond Street, and this is in the Foothill area of Los Angeles, the northeast part of the San Fernando Valley. The individual involved as the suspect in that was later identified as Jonathan Morello, a male Hispanic, 23 years of age. The family of Mr. Morello called the police due to Mr. Morello's erratic behavior. Reportedly, he was armed with a knife in the house, was attempting to strike family members and threatening to hurt them. After the evacuation of the family by arriving officers established communications with Mr. Morello via a public address system. After some length of time, Mr. Morello came out through a window on the west side of the house, apparently armed with a knife. A 40mm less lethal munition was then used to try to subdue him. Mr. Morello then ran to the front of the house where a beanbag less lethal shotgun munition was also used. At that point, an officer-involved shooting occurred involving 2 officers. Mr. Morello was struck and was transported by a rescue ambulance and to a nearby hospital and later pronounced deceased. There were no officers injured as a result of this incident. A SMART team, mental evaluation unit, had been contacted and was en route from the harbor area, the southern part of the city, en route to this location when the officer-involved shooting occurred. The Inspector General and the District Attorney's Office are both on scene. This second event now represents, for total number of officer-involved shootings for the year, stand at 4, with 3 of those involving a hit, 1 of those a fatality. Last year, we had a total of 3 officer-involved shootings with 1 fatality. Next item I'd like to address are developing stories. One involving a South Bureau homicide investigation that also involved the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. And a multi-6 search warrant was served yesterday, and the locations dealt with a South Los Angeles criminal street gang. 6 locations were searched and cleared. 5 of 8 identified suspects were located, arrested, and booked for homicide. There were 9 firearms that were recovered during this multi-location warrant that was supported both by, again, the Sheriff's Department, Metropolitan Detail, as well as gang narcotics. The investigation involves a total of the following. These individuals we believe responsible for 5 homicides in LAPD territory, 5 attempt homicides, 3 robberies, and a carjacking. Within the Sheriff's territory, 2 additional homicides, 4 additional homicides, 4 additional attempt homicides, and 2 assault with deadly weapons, for a total of 22 violent crimes. These crimes occurred between August 20th of last year and January 4th of this year. 5 individuals that were taken into custody were all booked for 187 PC murder, and additional charges will be added as this investigation unfolds. Additionally, as part of the investigation that was completed yesterday and that continues, an additional person has been identified as being involved in these homicides. So we have a total of 9 now identified. The 4 remaining outstanding suspects, our efforts will continue to identify and make their arrests and bring them before the criminal justice system. I want to take this moment and thank the men and women of the South Bureau Homicide, as well as our partners with the Sheriff's Department and the community that's been involved in suffering these levels of violence in their community. By working with us and helping us identify those responsible, it is our hope that we can stem this increase in violent crime and bring before the criminal justice system those that are responsible for the senseless loss of life. The other event that occurred developed late last night and into the morning. I just want to briefly discuss the UCLA threat that resulted in the closure of on-campus events today as far as classes. The department became aware last night of a threat because of online media posts involving YouTube videos and a manifesto. And an individual who the department has had previous contact with approximately last year, I'll say the spring of last year, involving our mental evaluation unit. And this individual is identified as a former lecturer with UCLA and was located out of state. But as the events unfolded last night of potential for mass violence at UCLA, the department worked closely with UCLA Police Department and the FBI to quickly identify and locate this individual we believe responsible for those posts and potentially planning for a mass violence or shooting event at UCLA. A decision was made by UCLA itself just before midnight last night that in an effort to ensure the school's safety, that they would not have on-campus learning activities today. During that time, the department, as well as the FBI and UCLA, were making efforts to identify whether this threat was credible and also where this individual was at. Over the course of the early morning hours, it was determined that this individual was actually located out of state in the state of Colorado. And the FBI office in Colorado is working with the local municipality and has identified and located the individual and is currently furthering their investigation involving his engagement in this dangerous and reckless criminal threats and activities. At this point, we believe the campus is safe. However, we'll continue to work with UCLA and support their decisions relative to campus operations for the rest of today and into tomorrow. I thought that it was appropriate to identify that this is a serious matter, one that we see ongoing threats across this country on social media, and one the department takes very seriously. And I'm proud of the relationships we have both with our brother and sister law enforcement agencies such as UCLA, with Chief Lee, as well as with our federal partners that can quickly scale up and efforts to identify and to determine people's motivations and when appropriate, take criminal actions against them, or take actions against their criminal conduct. I'm sorry. Regarding our crime picture, as I said, we just finished the month of January as we start February 1st today, and our crime picture remains with essentially our violent crime seeing reductions in most categories with the exception of robbery. We have a 0.2% increase this year versus last for robberies, and essentially that's 121 additional robberies that we've had this year versus last. We are continuing to assess the nature of those robberies, the premise types, the types of weapons that are involved, to see if this is a continuation of what we saw in the last 6 months of 2021. I am encouraged that there has been a 10% increase in the number of robbery arrests during this same period. So 180 individuals having been arrested for robbery. We're also following up to understand the value, the quality of those investigations, as well as the criminal prosecution of those that are responsible, we believe, for these robberies, to ensure that we have a deterrent value and that we can stem this by identifying most chronic offenders and holding them accountable before our criminal justice system. In regards to property crime, our nemesis continues to be vehicle thefts, with a 6.8% increase this year versus last, and over a 2-year period, that's an increase of 43%. Again, as I've said earlier, our best efforts with our public in regards to vehicle thefts and vehicle-related thefts is to lock it, hide it, keep it, secure their keys, to ensure that locations that they're parking are well lit or otherwise secured, to keep vandals and those that would be who are bent on stealing those vehicles, to deter that. Lastly, in regards to our personnel strength, we stand today essentially at the same number I reported last week, 9,515 sworn members of this organization, 2,689 civilians. That concludes my comments and remarks. I'll be happy to take any questions or comments from the commission.
Thank you, Chief. I just have a couple of questions. One question in particular, because I know it's on the mind of a lot. What are we doing to ensure the safety of our citizens and visitors for Super Bowl week?
Well, thank you. I'm always trying to gauge my the amount of information I provide in my chief's reports to ensure the public has time to make their comments and so forth. So Super Bowl week, it's an exciting time for Los Angeles. I'm particularly proud of Los Angeles this past weekend, where not just the sports team that won, but our community that won. And what I mean by that is we had a playoff game at SoFi in which the department did mobilize resources for the downtown area, as well as other parts of the city, for concern of past celebratory acts that would devolve into violence or would devolve into demonstrations, including fires and property damage. And while we mobilized those additional resources and had those resources out on patrol, out on foot beats, and engaging with a very festive crowd and attendees, we saw no violence. We saw no outbreak of arson or other activities. And so again, this was not just a win for the LA Rams, it was a win for LA. Because again, we've seen times past where that's not always been the case. As we move forward, we now begin on this Thursday, actual added deployments for now, between now and the day after Super Bowl, for the activities related to this celebration, this competition that will occur here in Los Angeles as Super Bowl sanctioned events, NFL sanctioned events, as well as unsanctioned, but nonetheless parties and celebrations that we expect to see in various parts of the city. What that means is that the planning for this has been going on for more than 2 years. We've looked at past Super Bowl experiences, the NFL experience, how those how those villages are orchestrated and ran, what some of the challenges are to ensure that it's a festive and celebratory crowd and gathering and people enjoy it and that they're safe. And for that, working with our federal, state, and local partners, all of Los Angeles has come together. Every local law enforcement agency, as well as, again, our state and federal partners, in a cohesive, unified command to ensure the safety of the Super Bowl experience. Coming specifically for Los Angeles, we've initiated our command post operations that will run day and night, that will monitor activities related to both sanctioned events as well as associated events, and have added footbeats, highly visible patrols. We'll also have added safeguards of, for instance, the NFL experience in LA Live. We'll see added barriers and vehicle checks and screening of personnel, and in addition to a highly visible presence. We, for instance, will see that at the LA Convention Center, the parking there has all been has been redirected for NFL related activities. So if you go to LA Live, you'll need to use Metro Rail or other transit facilities or park in nearby parking establishments rather than plan on parking at the convention center. We'll have dedicated patrols at the host hotels. We'll have dedicated presence at the venues where where the referees are staying, as well as the teams, and you'll see again an increased presence over the next 2-week period. I anticipate and that we'll see again, like we saw this past weekend, huge, enthusiastic, significant crowds that will come and enjoy this experience and enjoy for the second time in Super Bowl history a home team actually being in their home stadium for Super Bowl. I'm looking forward to the Rams' victory and for Los Angeles celebrating not just the host of the Super Bowl, but the championship for this season. And I look forward to Los Angeles. Please enjoy, come out, be a part of this experience. It is a historic event, but also recognize that law enforcement, not just LAPD, but the Sheriff's Department, agencies around this region, as well as our state and federal partners, are all leaning in very closely. We're on the world stage. We recognize that there are individuals that may wish to disrupt this or somehow detract us away from this event, and we're well prepared for them. We will have, again, as we mobilize on Sunday, to make sure that despite COVID, we would have the hundreds of additional personnel that we needed, engaged, that would be appropriate to have on that event. We'll have thousands of additional personnel available over the course of this 10-day event to police this and to ensure everyone's safety.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, are there any other commissioners who have questions? Commissioner Decker, I see your mic is open.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Commissioner Briggs's question, Chief, you gave a detailed report on all the efforts the department is undergoing with respect to Super Bowl planning and all those added activities. But I wonder if you could address for members of the public in particular, the ability of the department and the staffing with respect to just normal calls for service.
So thank you. The situation has improved greatly in the last 2 weeks. Our primary, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we were not planning for a pandemic during the midst of a Super Bowl week. And yet we recognized even 2 years ago that it would be a substantial pull for us to muster resources and deploy to meet the needs of such a world stage event. The work of the last 2 weeks of the pandemic receding and seeing hundreds of officers back in patrol, back in their work site, has eased our need to mobilize a greater portion of the organization. However, the capacity is still there. And what I mean by that is Super Bowl Sunday, if we needed to have 9,200 officers on the street, we have the ability to do that. So we do not need 9,200 officers to work at such an event, but we have that type of capacity, that type of surge. Wouldn't be able to sustain it long, but we have the ability to put thousands of additional personnel. What we're doing in this, though, is we're identifying missions, tasks, and assignments that are based at each of these events and venues to ensure layers of security, layers of safety and redundancies, and then scaling that up across the entire city. And at the same time, ensuring that patrol resources in our geographic areas remain at 100% patrol plan. So we are not harvesting and will not harvest patrol levels to some scant level or some tactical point where we're in a tactical alert in other parts of the city so that we can staff the downtown corridor. Instead, we'll ensure a resilience of added staffing at 100% in our geographic areas, as well as these added post deployments and the capacity organization to fit this need, I believe, is there. And I'm proud of the leadership of my team, as well as the deputies and captains, and all the way through to every member of this organization that's leaning forward to ensure that LA is seen as a world-class destination and that people leave here tired, that they've left their credit cards frequently at venues and enjoyed their time here, but that LA is seen as a world-class city and a safe city.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Briggs?
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Are there any further questions from the commissioners?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Bonner?
Yes, thank you. Chief, I had a question about the OIS, the second OIS that you reported on that I believe occurred earlier this morning. And if I heard you correctly, the incident occurred in northeast area of Foothill, and there was an MEU unit, I think you said, coming on the way from Harbor.
Yes,
I believe, which is a pretty long distance, and even at that time, may take some considerable time to get there. So, could you comment on the MEU part of it, just what that resource is, and is this, like in this case, would they have been in Harbor because they were responding to an incident there, or do they rove the city to be available when called upon? But just if you could comment on what that resource is and whether that's any cause or concern that you'd have be relying on a crew coming from that distance to respond to an incident like this.
Thank you. Yes, so the mental evaluation unit deploys what's called a SMART team, which is made up of a police officer and a clinical psychologist from the Department of Mental Health Services. It is a 24-hour-a-day deployment. We have some 70 of our police officers that are assigned to this task, and we try to deploy one unit in each of the four corners of the city. However, we are compromised on the overnight, early morning hours with not having enough staffing from the clinical psychologist side. So what I mean by that is our daytime deployment and our evening deployment is much more robust than it is on the morning watch hours. It is our desire to have consistent deployment across all 24 hours. We work with Dr. Sharon in the Department of Mental Health to have those resources. And I'm committed to fully staffing this but the limitation at this point continues to be the clinical psychologist.
And just on the same along the same lines, last week we had the conversation about patrol plan and the 70-40, the response times, and there was a little bit of conversation about how the response times have kind of fared, contrasting the emergency situations with code 2s and other situations. Could you have someone, whoever that would be, also, it strikes me that you could also have someone comment on how that works relative to the MEUs as well, in terms of what is their typical response time, and you've mentioned one area of concern in overnight situations. But I'd appreciate not necessarily asking that we take up the board's time, but at least if you could have somebody send me a note or call or something that could kind of explain at least what the situation looks like relative to that capacity.
Absolutely. We periodically do report. I will say that our effort is we would desire to handle and be available on all of these mental health calls with a SMART resource. And we do now code dispatch those, which is a change from just a few years ago. And I'll get you the stats and the response times that we're seeing. It is an area that, as we talk about alternatives and as we find about resources that should be made available, it's an area that we need to deepen as a city and as a region with added resources.
Yeah, absolutely. And just closing it off, who's Whose command would that be under?
Yes, Deputy Chief Chris Pitcher is the Chief of Detectives, and Detective Support and Vice Division is the commanding officer, Captain Kelly Muniz.
Appreciate that. So in whatever way is appropriate, if you could have someone send me some information on that, I'd sure
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. There being no further questions for the chief. Chief, thank you very much for your report this morning. At this time, we're going to go to public comment. Madam Secretary, would you please open it up?
Okay, our first speaker is Zach Sherwin, followed by Betty Lay.
Hi, I'd like to speak to all the items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so Chief Moore tells us that somebody was murdered early this morning and that the MEU was on their way, but the cops murdered the person in the meantime. And that is the obvious bright line thing that got mentioned today. And so then what happens? We get 2 questions about the Super Bowl, and the chief just perks up and is so excited to talk about it. And we hear about leaving credit cards at bars, and then there's follow-up questions to that. And then Commissioner Bonner asks finally a question about the officer-involved shooting after we heard more about the Super Bowl than anything else that's been discussed today. Commissioner Decker, I saw you nodding with concern while Commissioner Bonner asked his question. Why don't you ask a question about that? Commissioner Kalanche, what are you even doing on this commission? Who are you people? Turning now to the chief's report. Chief Moore, you told us that 83% of the workforce is vaccinated. Does that mean that they're vaccinated and boosted, or are they just vaccinated? It's a meaningful difference that we are entitled to hear about. And if your officers aren't boosted, then they may as well be unvaccinated at this point if they got their shots long enough ago. Clear it up. Chief Moore, you spoke in your trademark grave tones about how now there's this process where officers who don't wear face masks are getting disciplined. You always encourage the community to call in with tips about crimes when those happen out in the community. Why don't you show 1 iota of backbone right now and interrupt me to tell everybody listening exactly how we should share a tip when we see one of your officers not wearing a mask? I'll even pause to let you do that for 3 seconds. Got it. Right. Okay. In regards to the Super Bowl, Chief, you told us that Los Angeles is, quote, on the world stage. You know what you're also on the world stage for, Chief, is killing Valentina Peralta such that President Biden has to apologize to the Chilean president, and also whatever happened with you and your detail in France. That's what you're on the world stage for. Leave your job. Item 4D, it's February. Why are the police getting a $10,000 donation for a holiday party? Is it some holiday besides Christmas? Commissioners, why is that a non-controversial consent agenda item that you just railroad on through? Commissioners, just because it's been 2 years that you've been doing it this way doesn't mean that it's not cowardly the way that you're running public comment, and that it's not diametrically opposed to your stated mission of being the citizen's voice in police affairs. Fire Chief Moore.
Okay, our next speaker is Betty Lay, followed by Hamid Khan.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on Chief's report, a few of the agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, everyone knows I support LAPD, and agenda items I support 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, and for 5B, first off, it's ridiculous that this motion is coming to, that they can't stop and tag for expired tags. The other thing is officers can't always see who's driving nor the race or gender of the driver when they're performing a traffic stop. Then we wonder why we have a city council member going over and above their duties, playing God to move officers without supplying a reason. This virus testing is still corrupted. I don't understand that. It's not fair. And I just think things need to be transparent and changed for the betterment of everyone within LAPD. And with that, my condolences again for the services tomorrow. And everybody stay safe, stay healthy. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by caller ending 3146.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so first I just want to speak about the whole commentary about Super Bowl, and thank you, Zach Sherwin, for bringing us back to how dehumanizing the conversation is and how people are constantly invisibilized. Which is nothing new, because LAPD has a long history of murdering people with known mental health conditions. You know, back about 5 or 6 years ago, in 2016 or so, out of the 48 officers involved shooting, 1/3 of them, 16 people, had known mental health conditions. So, you know, nothing new. This is just continues to be business as usual. Regarding Super Bowl, one of the things that none of the commissioners have been asking is that what exactly happens after the Super Bowl with all these preparations, and how is it leading up to the 2028 Olympics, and how this massive expansion of police state will continue. So it's not just about the revelry or celebration or loss or mourning the loss or any of that during Super Bowl, but it's really the massive expansion of the surveillance state. It is expansion of more weaponry. It's expansion of gathering more data on people. It's a removal and massive sweeps of unhoused people. It's the assault on sex workers, which continues to happen under the guise of human trafficking. And yes, human trafficking is a huge issue. It's one of the biggest businesses in the world, but it is under this excuse that the police state continues to expand. And I think that is a major concern for all of us, which brings me to the license plate readers, which were very conveniently placed in consent agenda items. I mean, looking at the history of the whole architecture of surveillance, now we have this contract that is going to be signed because it's already been consented to, which is going to again now gather more information, more data on people, and reminds me of how the expansion of predictive policing and this information of data collection continued to happen, where then it is used to criminalize people. It is used to then link with other social media monitoring, which then creates a major repository of people's personal information who can then be targeted for various reasons. So, you know, we continue to call this out. We continue to monitor it. We released a report in November, Automating Banishment, the Surveillance and Policing of Looted Land, which exactly speaks to a lot of these issues around data collection, around how then, you know, this data collection and the criminalization of people and the criminalization of livelihood and poverty is then used for displacement of people. Then that is mixed up with the citywide nuisance abatement program. So this whole infrastructure, this whole ecology of the stalker state continues to cause major disruption.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146, followed by TK. Caller 326. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak for 5 hours, but I know we only got 3 minutes. So I'd like to do the wordsmith report, Sanchatina, with the Burlington and public input. I'm Jonathan Foster. I'll be jumping and blending topics. Father God, be with the LAPD this year, and I'll be verbally chopping your heads off next week with a verbal chainsaw. So on the week of 2021, November 16th through the 23rd, there was no categorical use of force, and that's the goal. Let's don't forget the goal. They met their goal. Who's standing up for a woman being hit by a bike lock? There was all this talk about the death, and it's terrible. However, every strike could have been fatal. It could have killed her, and that's your mom, and that was all our moms being hit by a bike lock. The LAPD saved a guy in a plane crash. That was good. But the officer's rifle shot at Burlington, same hopeful outcome for good. Heart still in the same place for good. However, after establishing imminent peril with the blood, this officer committed several shady actions, advancing out of his detail. How about the off-duty officer? Heart still in the same place for good. He was murdered. How about the guy who stood up for his wife? The husband, he was shot and killed. He was hoping for good. The Taco Bell guy, he was shot, hoping for good. He didn't want to take a counterfeit bill. I mean, so the Burlington Coat Factory, the bullet, the suspect purposely trying to avoid being shot, while the officer's rifle shoots too many rounds too close together down a narrow shopping aisle. After the first round that strikes the suspect is bent over even more, and the second round went over his back as he shot too close together. I'd like to know how many inches. The officer rushed pulling the trigger, shooting down a straight aisle, while the suspect trying to go left or right at the end of it, right? Trying to evade being shot. This resulted in the officer jumping the gun in haste made waste, didn't it? Rushing, pulling the trigger, instead of restraining for a proper shot. One shot at a time. Shoot to kill with many shots is out of policy and does not fit reasonable officer. The government hasn't defined reasonable officer. The LAPD thinks your police protocol handbook protocol bullcrap addresses this, and it does not. The commission is a compliant female dog, too. And where were the shields? They were supposed to go in with shields, not a rifle, head-to-toe body armor. So let me change the topic quickly. The New York City wife lost her high school sweetheart, police officer, Dominique Luzaro Rayugo Rivera, and I'm the only one looking out for her husband. Where was the head-to-toe body armor? Sorry you lost your husband.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have TK followed by Q Jean-Marie.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Power and strength to all the families impacted by police violence. You know, it's unconscionable. Y'all can go chief's report. I don't even call him a chief because that's a disrespect to indigenous people because we on stolen land. That he can go from talking about murdering folks, y'all killed people, another person with a mental illness, just proves you cannot respond to calls for mental illness. Y'all keep eating up our budget, so there is no additional or alternative services for mental health because y'all eat up 3.8 billion a year and you want 231 more million so you can continue your murderous practices. You know, you go from talking about murdering folks on your report today to the effing Super Bowl, one big COVID spreader of a racist institution of the NFL. Y'all care more about the Super Bowl and your whatever you call it, your how you want to present yourself to the community on your so-called, like Zach Sherwin said, world stage. Your world stage is you're known as the most murderous police force in the nation, right? Y'all need to stop. Each agenda item, y'all are asking for more money for this, more money for that. And you claim that you've been defunded. You were never defunded. Let the public know this racist, evil institution was never defunded. They, in fact, have gotten more money of the resources we need for mental health services, for housing, for healthcare, for education, you know. And then you talk about UCLA and this threat at UCLA, you know, and y'all jumped on that real quick and you found out that that person was what, from Colorado? But you can't come to find out, and there's been no follow-up on the 3 swattings of Dr. Abdullah and the racist white supremacist that parked in front of her home with a RV full of surveillance and that put hands on her. Y'all can't figure out And where is that guy? Why is he still free? And who are the people responsible for the cause of Dr. Abdullah's home? And what's going on with the bombing in South LA? Who's being held accountable for Ozzie Hutchinson and Ramon Reyes? Are those families still displaced? What resources are they getting? What's going on with Valentina Peralta that y'all murdered? What's going on with this case? That even Zach said that, President Biden had to apologize to the president of Chile for this just atrocity of killing this 14-year-old. Y'all continue to murder and kill our folks and sit on here week after week with your propaganda, your lies, and your misinformation. Fire more.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Q Jean-Marie, followed by Jason R.
It's Pastor Q. Good
What
morning.
items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on all the items, including public comment, please.
3 minutes.
Yes. So I'm not commenting because I expect anything to be done. I'm just commenting for the record. A nation that continues to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. That was a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King. Fortunately, no officers were injured. Fortunately, no officers were injured. Fortunately, no officers were injured. That's all I heard the chief say. But we know that during officer-involved shootings, officers are not the only ones at risk. What you're saying says a lot. 2% increase in robberies. Why are people robbing? We have to ask ourselves, right? Super Bowl week, we don't have money to house the houseless folks, but we've got money to pay law enforcement to move folks around out of sight, right? Out of mind, out of sight. And again, life is not a game as it relates to the Super Bowl. We want to celebrate the day that we will have enough housing to house our people. That's the day we want to celebrate. A day when we put more value on human life than on entertainment. This reminds me of Jesus when he said, "Woe to you teachers of the law, you hypocrites. You're like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside, you're full of dead man bones and everything unclean." In the same way, on the outside, you appear to people as righteous, but on the inside, you're full of hypocrisy and wickedness. Woe to you leaders of the city of LA during the Super Bowl week. You're attempting to look clean to outsiders, but we know we live here in a city full of the dead bones of houseless people. We're clean on the outside, but our city is filled with the bones of dead, houseless people. May God have mercy, and I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R, followed by Steve Rogers.
All of them.
3 minutes.
All right, so Musty Mike, it's 2022 and ain't shit changed. Pigs murdering more people in mental health crises. He had a knife and y'all showed up with guns and became judge, jury, and executioners. How did you protect and serve him? When it comes to investigations for non-mask wearing, why no questions on how many months, or should I say years, it takes to investigate these open and shut cases? Let's get a report back on those daily checkups by supervisors that Musty Mike just talked about. 2 years into a pandemic, and we can't get any type of report or presentation on the lack of mask wearing by LAPD and the so-called discipline that a mumbling Mike speaks about. Let's see here, 4B. Trust, you'll hear back from the community on this one, but for the time being, let me point out that in this discussion piece for this item that you reference, a reality that only Billy Cup Briggs and his cavalry of coons lives in, is, let me read it out loud so everyone's on the same page. Members of our community and communities around the country have expressed concern regarding the manner and frequency with which officers are stopping individuals for perceived minor violations to investigate other crimes called pretextual stops. Their fears stem in large measure from a belief that such enforcement activities are arbitrary, capricious, and a reflection of an individual's officer's implicit or explicit biases. I take issue with the word belief in this statement. It should be changed to fact, because we have lived experiences to prove that this is a fact. We have statistics from this racist department and other agencies who have reported on LAPD's data to prove this is a fact. This commissioner's inspector general has reported in the past that he found racial disparities in both the frequency of police traffic stops and post-stop activity further proving this to be a fact. We know for a fact that LAPD searches Black and Latinx drivers far more than whites during traffic stops. We know that where poverty rates increase, traffic stops increase as well. And we know that poverty lives in Black and brown communities. We know for a fact that the largest number of stops occur in South Central and in South LA, and the lowest number occur in West LA, all right? So fuck this order. This limitation falls short of our demand for an immediate end to pretextual stops made by the LAPD that target, terrorize, and criminalize Black, brown, and poor people. Also, if this commission continues to have virtual meetings, then public comment should start occurring after each agenda item. Everyone else does this except the commission. Briggs, put it on record why you don't have to hear from the community's input, why you don't want the community's input on agenda items. We have plenty to say if you couldn't tell. Lastly, Steve Soboroff, I'm given a minute to speak on matters not on the agenda, so shut the fuck up when I'm speaking. You no lip having white supremacists. Spend that time off camera doing what you like to do, which is licking Jamie McBride's boots. Which pair are you cleaning up today?
Okay, this is off topic. Let's go to the next caller.
Okay, our next speaker is Steve Rogers, followed by Machios Kadane.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All topics, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The time has come for a reevaluation of the vaccine mandate and mask issue. And please don't interrupt me because the chief gives a report on the COVID situation on the LAPD every week. So please hear me out. And please no violations of the Brown Act because that has happened in the past. America does not operate on dictatorial mandates, but on the rule of law and our US Constitution, which has not been suspended. The city of Los Angeles, the Board of Police Commissioners, and LAPD must acknowledge, respect, and ensure the rights of officers to their own bodies, consciences, and lives. And yes, there is a religious component to that which cannot be questioned. It's in the law. Officers risk their lives every day, and yet some have been treated without compassion, understanding, and in the most cruel way. We ask that you reconsider the policies which harm the individual officer, the families, and all the public. It is important that you hear from all the residents of Los Angeles and not just professional anti-police Soros-backed activists, since you are our voice. You have a difficult and challenging job. Thank you for your service and to the entire LAPD who protect and serve every day. Let me just add this. A quote from the widow of Detective Rivera, who was murdered in New York, along with his partner, Officer Mora, who's laid to rest tomorrow. The system continues to fail us. We are not safe anymore, not even the members of the service. I think of Officer Fernando Arroyos when I read this. I think of so many victims, civilian and officers who've been murdered. And let's not use gun violence as a distraction. The violence is committed by criminals who have, in many instances, been arrested over and over and over again. And the system is failing because they're not prosecuted and they're back out on the streets committing the same crimes. There are many victims that we could speak of. Brianna Kupfer, Miss Go in New York, guns were not involved. But what was involved was a criminal with a serious past criminal history that was not interrupted by the criminal justice system where the person should have been incarcerated. Regarding pretext stops, let's look at the information, the crime information from crime reports who've been asking for this. What is the descent of the person committing the crime as reported by the victims from the community? Let's get a breakdown. We've asked many questions in 2021 which are not answered. We'll be asking these questions again. There's only so much time here. I refer everyone to Father Nolan. If you can get to him, Father Nolan talks about how the government has lied to us. God bless.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Machios Kadane, followed by Karen Perdue.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I just want to touch on the fact that the chief made a comment saying he was trying to keep his comments short so the public has time to make public comment. That's not how that works. We've been limited to 45 minutes, so no matter how much bullshit you spew, we'll still be stifled. And additionally, I want to talk about how when he was talking about the individual who allegedly made threats at UCLA, he briefly mentioned that he'd had interactions with mental health workers in the prior year. And what that is that's kind of a certain dog whistling that criminalizes neurodivergent people, which I think really ties into the fact that he could comfortably say that these LAPD police officers murdered somebody having a mental health crisis while the SMART unit was on the way, like it was okay. This just goes to show that the LAPD is unfit to deal with mental health crises of any sort, and shouldn't be involved in that at all. Next, I want to talk about item 4A on the agenda, which is the usage of automated license plate readers. These automated license plate readers have never kept anybody safe. What they do actually is they harvest information and data that goes into the Palantir system for the LAPD. Palantir is a data mining platform that's been used in data-driven policing programs the LAPD has had in the past, like Laser, which was disbanded in 2019. And Palantir is so widely known to be problematic that Los Angeles is the only major city that still uses it. New York has stopped their use of Palantir. New Orleans has stopped their use of Palantir. We've spent $15.8 million on this program, and all it does is amass a large amount of data that criminalizes the same people we know are always criminalized by the police. This doesn't modernize policing. This doesn't make it impartial. It doesn't make it unbiased. What it does is facilitate and sophisticate the criminalization of Black people, the same folks that are disproportionately stopped, which would have been discussed in item 5A. And all this is discussed in the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition's report, Automating Banishment, the Surveillance and Policing of Looted Land, as Hamid mentioned earlier. You can find that report on automatingbanishment.org. So, obviously, we don't want automated license plate readers. We don't want data-driven policing of any sort. We don't want policing at all. We want resources for the people. I think that might be all I have. Yeah, I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Karen Purdue, followed by Nini.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, item 4A, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, Chief's report. I appreciate the update to COVID, and I look forward when this is no longer an agenda item, as it has been for approximately 2 years now. It's been a difficult situation for all, and I look forward to when it's behind us. 4A, I am concerned about the automated license plate recognition. Any large general surveillance of the citizens is objectionable. If people are just parked outside their homes and having, or a restaurant or wherever they are, and just have these readers come across as a violation of privacy. And I'd like to read Government Code 54950, which says the people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. Regarding public comments, each regular meeting agenda must provide an opportunity for the public comment on any agenda item and on any item of interest to the public within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. We reference COVID treatments or words of vaccine manufacturers. I'm referencing COVID treatments or words of vaccine manufacturers. Speech comes in many forms, through music, poetry, and even words of, quote, misinformation or, quote proclamations of off topic when it's COVID related and is agendized. That being said, the vaccines do not protect from these variants and masks don't work. Good day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Nini, followed by caller ending 3848.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Cool. So I would want to start off by saying I don't support LAPD. I don't support the police commission who continues to show that they just rubber stamp continuously, regardless of community output or regardless of community being aware of the programs and the policing programs, that it doesn't matter what community folks say. A lot of these programs are still approved without care for how the consequences that it has on everyday folks. And so I want to start off with item 4A, which is LAPD requesting a contract with Motorola to purchase automated license plate readers, which again is a software from Vigilant Solutions that was acquired by Motorola. And so it's really concerning just knowing that like where license plate readers are being placed, as well as how we know that a lot of the information and the plates that get run through from the license plate readers are looking through a hot list and store the scans for several years, which just continues the legacy of LAPD's data gathering, tracking, and stalking of our communities. We are also aware that with the license plate readers and the ability of agencies, both local and national, such as ICE, are being provided, are going to be having access to these informations through the Fusion Center, which is centers where all of the data is warehoused, stored, and analyzed, and then it gets shared within different agencies as well. And so not only does it not only will it target and disproportionately target Black, Brown, and immigrant communities, but we know that even within immigrant communities, Black immigrants and undocumented folks will be some of those targeted and some of those that will have negative impacts of that. Moore also had mentioned earlier chronic offenders, which is something that I've noticed is a soundbite that is constantly being utilized. But he doesn't really mention the fact that chronic offenders was also something that was part of the data-driven programs from Operation Laser, where there were over 670 folks that we are aware of that were put on essentially a hit list of folks that haven't been tried for anything, haven't been charged with anything, but their photos were being printed and placed along different divisions, including information about the Cal gangs. And so how these programs get reformed and placed into new programs after community is aware of the consequences of that. It's really disgusting how many folks were affected by the chronic offenders. They don't really talk about that. If folks in the chronic offenders are still unaware of that. And so we refuse data-driven programs and LAPD, and we're hoping to abolish LAPD, but you could read more of that on our report for automating banishment.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller 3848, followed by Richie. Caller 3848, you're on. Okay, we'll go to the next speaker, Richie.
Hi, yes, all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to start off with Chief Moore briefly discussing that LAPD shot and killed someone this morning while they were, on a mental health call. About a third of the people shot by LAPD last year were experiencing a mental health crisis. LAPD shootings were up 50% last year. LAPD killings were up 157% last year. This is their fourth shooting in the year 2022. This is their 11th shooting since December 1st, 2021. And so None of this, really matters to any of the commissioners here, apparently, because what is really happening? Chief Moore wasn't pressed at all by any of the commissioners. He talked about the fucking Super Bowl. And, Chief Moore, great job. LAPD didn't fucking shoot people like they did with Dodgers fans a few years ago while they were celebrating. Congrats. See if you can, keep the fucking pigs under control for Super Bowl weekend. You're not keeping the city safe. Seeing cops out all in the public like that is not does not calm some people's nerves. And why would they be with a bunch of a bunch of fucking gang murderous people within LAPD? 11 shootings since the beginning of December 2021. What exactly is the board doing here? Have you all followed up with LAPD blowing up a neighborhood and killing 2 people? LAPD targeting Dr. Melina Abdallah. LAPD targeting Film the Police LA, William Good. What exactly is the board doing here? And then, item 4A, LAPD is requesting more surveillance technology. This goes into the whole surveillance apparatus that's been fully dissected by Stop LAPD Spying and the automating banishment, report that they put out. And so what exactly is the board doing here? Briggs, you talk about living in reality. Dude, you don't even say anything. And then you post like statements caping for fucking more. But anyways, Jason R was correct to say Soberov has fucking no lips.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, 7742, followed by Gina Viola. Caller ending 7742, you're on. Okay, go to the next caller. Gina Viola.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, public comment in 4A.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Chief Moore, shut up about COVID already. You cannot investigate yourselves about a damn thing, let alone maskless faces the past 2 years that have been posted on the daily. Why do you keep killing people with knives? Other countries manage to disarm folks with machetes. You can't even handle folks with butter knives. But we know it's not about that. It's about fear and oppression. There is no increase in crime. The increase is in you trying to tell folks there is an increase in crime. And while you do that, you admit you need our help to figure it out. You have not been defunded by one red penny and still useless as can be. Violent crime seeing a reduction out of your own mouth just moments ago, yet you'll be telling the LA Times later today how crime is up. So when it comes to the Super Bowl, you have plenty of officers, but on the daily, not so much. You close precincts and put signs up claiming due to defunding, you cannot open those doors. You claim too poor to produce records requests. Mental evaluation units, LAPD has no business dealing with mental health crisis. Just ask any number of families of people LAPD has murdered during mental health crisis. License plate readers are nothing more than the LAPD's constant data gathering, tracking, and stalking. This surveillance will continue and expand as LAPD adds additional license plate readers disproportionately used to scan and track plates in Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. As of 2020, LAPD has over 320 million license plate scans, with additional data attached, including people's addresses, locations, names, additional details. LAPD stores this plate information for years and uses it to track Black, Brown, and poor people. Bones of dead houseless bodies, like Pastor Q said. Surveillance like this leads to the death of Black, Brown, and poor people. Year after year, I keep shaking my head at how these killings can continue. Well, these killings are put into direct motion by developers. Developers like Steve Soberoff, the longest standing commissioner on this sham of a board. We have real life examples to point to. You had to disband your laser program after you used it to make sure Nipsey Hussle was murdered as payback for Soberoff not getting the property he wanted to buy. You just rebrand your stalker state ways so that Soberoff can continue to point to street corners he wants to buy. Laser and predictive policing are meant to throw people away before any crime is committed at all. I watched an 18-year-old girl sentenced to 50 years in prison on that very hunch. Took almost 6 years to undo that injustice and set her free. Briggs, how dare you cut Jason off week after week because you can't handle his truth? You can't handle any of the truth about what this department is. It is a department of terror and oppression, so white folks like Steve can live in West Side castles. Fire Chief Moore, defund the police, Black Lives Matter, adopt a people's budget LA. This sham has got to go.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Larry Hanna. Larry, you're on.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All the items, please, and I'd like to concentrate on 5B.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Larry Hanna. I'm the independent counsel for the Los Angeles Police Protective League. The league met in good faith 2 times on 5B, the pretext stops. We were told by Ms. Rhodes when we met with her that the commission had approved this already and this was the final and that we didn't have any say in it. It was disturbing to say the least based on the Brown death. We did have a second meeting where we tried to meet again in good faith. We were then sent over an amended policy, very little amendments to it. We called ERG because we told them that our board would not meet for another week and we wanted to have input on this. We were told by ERG that that was okay. And then we find out that this was placed on by Ms. Rhodes onto the agenda without us getting to have more discussion on this and getting back to the table and doing this in good faith. We found out just yesterday that this was going to be put on the agenda. We would respectfully request this board, the Board of Police Commissioners, advise Ms. Rhodes to go back to the conference table with the Police Protective League and to negotiate in good faith so we can have a good policy that the officers can use and understand out in the field, that will be good for the citizens of Los Angeles. But the way this was handled, the league and the general counsel, Robert Rico, is very unhappy. We're very unhappy the way we've been treated in this. And we would ask that this be rectified today and get back to the bargaining table, back to the meet and confer, and not have this one-sided and not get the police officers who are out on the street who will be daily interpreting and using this new order to be able to be at the bargaining table and have their input in it. I would love to answer any questions if you do have any, but again, thank you very much for your time on this.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby.
And Madam Secretary, Philip Tabby will be the last caller.
Okay.
Hello, I'd like to speak on Chief's Report, General Public Comment, and item 4B.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. When it comes to item 4B, I'm very concerned that we won't be able to have our officers pull over people for having no tags on their vehicle. I think that's another blow to public safety, and it really needs to be discussed in detail before anything's passed on that. As far as the Chief's report, he does mention COVID and mandating anybody to take something that's experimental. is against the Nuremberg Code, and I want to make that clear. These officers shouldn't be having, we're losing officers from retirement and all of that. We don't need to lose any more officers because of science that has already been settled in other ways. Also, I want to talk about the council member Monica Rodriguez, who decides to meddle in LAPD affairs and move officers around. She asks for days off when it comes to the CSP. She's the only councilwoman that gets involved with the CSP of that. She's highly involved in moving our officers and such. Moving our senior lead officer, Cesar Contreras, was absolutely wrong. And we are going to fight it. The community is very unhappy. A lot of letters have come in. I've sent them to you, Chief Moore. I wish you would look over them because we're not going to stop fighting. And we will put you and Deputy Chief Hamilton on the spot, and this will get changed. It's another blow to public safety, really. So I concede the rest of my time.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That's the end of the public comment period. At this time, we'll turn to item 3 on the agenda, AB 361. I move that the board find that the COVID-19 state of emergency remains active and state and local officials have imposed or recommended measures to promote social distancing, that the highly contagious Omicron variant has resulted in high levels of community transmission, that on January 7th, 2022, the City Council found that the state of emergency directly impacts the ability of all City Brown Act bodies to meet safely in person, that in accordance with AB 361, that this Brown Act body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and that the state of emergency continues to present imminent risk to the health and safety of attendees and continues to directly impact the ability of the board members to meet safely in person. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now turn to item 4, the consent agenda items. I know that Commissioner Decker wants to discuss item 4A, so we'll hold that aside. Do any other commissioners want to hold any other consent agenda items for discussion?
No, sir.
Seeing none, I move that we adopt consent agenda items 4B, C, D, and E. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr.
Motion-
President, if I have a question, I believe one of the items was continued.
No, that was 5.
Okay, thank you.
So since the city attorney interrupted, all in favor of adoption of items for B, C, D, and E, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. With respect to item 4A that Commissioner Decker wanted to discuss, can we bring forward Deputy Chief John McMahon? Welcome, Chief McMahon. How are you today?
Very good, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners. Deputy Chief John McMahon from ITB. Good morning, Commissioner Briggs. How are you?
Good morning. Commissioner Decker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Good morning, Chief McMahon. My questions, sir, are surrounding the policy that this commission passed and became the chief signed and became Special Order 31. And I know you're very familiar with that policy, but it surrounds the use of ALPR. So with respect to item 4A, I'd like to ask you if you could explain how this new technology of a system that's been used for many years, how it is or how it will continue to be in compliance with that existing policy.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you very much. I think before I get into that answer, I think there's a couple things that's very important to note from the department standpoint, is that this department has the utmost respect for individual privacy. ALPR technology is a valuable tool for law enforcement and serves to enhance public safety. An ALPR system is an effective instrument to the mission of lowering the incidence of crime and enhances the department's ability to recover stolen property in a timely manner. This board approved a robust ALPR policy on December 8th, 2020, which serves as the foundation for this proposed contract before you. This contract is now before this board is not to establish a new ALPR system. It is presented to responsibly switch vendors from our current system, to provide a modern and secure infrastructure, and to enhance the legal protections needed to safeguard the city's data and adhere to the new ALPR policy, also at a cost savings. The department's existing ALPR system is procured and maintained through a Department of General Services commodity contract, which does not offer nearly the same level of legal protections to the city as a professional services contract that is before you. This contract enjoys the benefit of being drafted based on our existing robust policy and does not provide any deviations from what has already been approved by this board. In addition, the contract was created in close partnership with the city attorney's office, and the department has fully followed their guidance and counsel. All the salient ALPR provisions are specifically addressed in this contract, which specifically include but are not limited to deploying these cameras in public view with no expectation of privacy, an established right to know and need to know in the use of this data, complete authority over the data, exclusive data sharing protections, it's CGS compliant, advanced credentialing is also offered in the use of the data. And also this contract provides up-to-date post-certified training to all the department's users, collection of data that's strictly in public view, and also implements a 2-year data retention period as outlined in the policy. Currently, our on-premise solution, which can no longer be properly maintained by the department due to adverse impact of early retirements of technical staff under SIP, the move to secure a cloud environment will offer much stronger data and cybersecurity protection. In addition, these protections, this service contract also affords the department much needed legal protections for handling and the custody of this very private data. It is worth noting that there are 3 council offices that are also proactively requesting the assistance from the department with ALPR needs in their neighborhoods. This contract will provide the city with a consolidated system and standard operating procedures for how to best govern and administer an ALPR program.
Well, thank you for that broad overview, Chief. A few follow-up questions, and I'm looking specifically at the policy passed in December 2020, excuse me, Special Order 31. I'd like more information on the auditing process and the oversight of the data that is collected. If you could address that first.
Well, as you noticed, Commissioner, Special Order 31, 2020 places a great deal of responsibility on me in the position that I put in for securing the data and providing adequate auditing mechanisms. You can see throughout the contract that there's an ability for us to do all the state-of-the-art auditing that is necessary, all the way up to key logging. So credentialing is advanced. It provides me and puts me actually in a position to adhere and comply with our rather stringent requirements that were put forth in that special order. I was not able to comply in our current mechanisms that we have in place with an old architecture on an on-prem server. This contract and this new vendor puts me in an excellent position to comply with all those stringent requirements outlined in Special Order 31.
So for example, Chief, would that allow you to determine if anyone is accessing the data improperly?
Yes, it would. And then in that case, we'll, through different auditing mechanisms, we'll make that identification. Once that identification is made, if the user does not have an adequate right to know and need to know, we will pick that up in an audit. And if there's no reason that was put in, then that will flag it for appropriate action. That immediately gets sent over to Internal Affairs for an investigation.
Very good. And Chief, the policy seeks periodic audits. And you stated it'll be easier to do it with this new system, but when can we expect that first more formal audit than just an inspection?
Well, once we get the contract executed and we're using the data, I will within the year have an audit conducted. I will also reach out and utilize our audit division to do an independent audit of their own. So ITV will have its own independent audit calendar to ensure that we are looking at the appropriate use of this, but I'll also be utilizing our audit division to do the same.
And what's going to happen to the old system? And the data in the old system?
Thank you. Very good question. So we have an old, outdated on-prem server. Our objective right now is to migrate all that existing data, implement our use of our current rules, and then retire the server. So all the data that gets brought over to the new system will ultimately be logically deleted after 2 years. And then if there's no adequate flag by any investigator, all that data will be deleted after 5 years, 1 day, and 1 minute.
Okay. And finally, Chief, with respect to this proposal and the policy that already exists, there's the prohibition of sharing with third parties. Obviously, that will continue here, but can you offer some additional details on that process? If there is data sharing, how does that happen? And how do you prohibit, frankly, third parties from gaining access to it improperly?
So, Commissioner, if you notice, I don't know if you have the contract in front of you, but there is a provision that's 11.3 that talks about information sharing. And I'll just briefly read it in relevant part. The contractor shall not provide any LPR data or information gathered from or for LAPD as part of performing the services of this agreement with the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency of the United States Department of Homeland Security. So we are in complete control of who we share this data with. And moving forward, should this department choose to share this data with anybody, I've heard the term fusion centers come up in conversation. That is currently, this data is currently not shared with them if that's the case. But should we ever enter a desire to share that data with any fusion center, that will come with a contractual agreement that that data not be shared to anybody, including ICE, without our expressed permission. So we will govern not only who we share it with, but also govern who we share it with and their use of that data.
Very good. So the contractor will not have that ability, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief. Commissioner Briggs, those were my questions, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief McMahon, I do have some questions. I want to pick up on what Commissioner Decker was just questioning you about in part, because you indicated that there are legal protections for handling the data. I did read the agreement. I did read where you have provisions in here for confidentiality. And for those contractors who will have access to it, they are parties to it, and they require that their employees be parties to the confidentiality provisions that appear somewhat robust. But I have a question. And that question is, in the event that the contractor or the contractor's employees breach the agreement, the confidentiality provisions, what are our remedies for that breach? I did not see any provisions in this contract that set forth remedies.
Well, in that case, we would hold the vendor in breach of contract, and then that would be something we would have to consider whether we're going to continue with such a vendor in light of that violation. So in terms of any expressed penalty, you are correct. There's no expressed penalty, but the vendor places them in a great deal of jeopardy in continuing to provide that service to this department. And that violation would be taken extremely seriously.
So basically, we'd pull a contract from them, but any damages caused from the breach, we have not set forth what those remedies would be.
It has not been outlined in that particular contract.
Thank you, Chief. I see you would open your mic.
Well, we would consider such a breach to be a fatal error. And it's one of those situations that not just the consideration of not just stopping the contract, but seeking damages and pursuing every legal remedy. We'd work with the city attorney's office to protect the department's interests as well as the privacy rights that this contract is meant to provide for.
Thank you, Chief. I have no further questions. Or any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Bonner? Commissioner Soboroff? Commissioner Kalante? Thank you. Commissioner Decker, did you have any additional questions?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. Then I believe that the motion is that we accept that we approve the department's report and transmit this to the mayor. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief McMahon. At this time, we'll turn to item 5, the regular agenda items, and we'll go to the department's verbal presentation with respect to the RIPA data dashboard. Can someone bring forth Captain Ramos, please?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Captain Ramos. How are you today?
Good morning, sir. Nice to see you again. We'll share my screen real quickly. Can you all see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, yes, sir. Good morning. I'm Captain Steve Ramos, the Commanding Officer of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Division, which is under the command of the Department's Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Officer, Commander Ruby Flores. With me today is Information Systems Manager Monique Turner, the Commanding Officer of Application and Development Support Division. We are here today to provide you with an update on the department's efforts as it relates to the Assembly Bill 953, otherwise known as the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, or RIPA, as it's commonly referred to. Just move the slide here. Just an overview of what I'll cover today. During this presentation, we will cover the background and the timeline of Assembly Bill 953, the Automated Field Data Report, otherwise known as the AFDR, and the RIPA requirements, the planned CompStat process and the RIPA reports that were created, and the CompStat topics for the area commands. So just a little, I'll briefly cover the timeline on RIPA and the department have evolved over the last 20 years or so. So just going back to beginning in 2001, as a result of the federal consent decree, the paper-based field data report was created. This report evolved into a portable officer data device system that was called PODS back in 2004. That eventually turned into a web-based system in 2010, which is the current automated field data report system we use today. That system was developed and maintained internally by LAPD's Application Development and Support Division, which is currently under the command of Information Systems Manager Monique Turner. In 2015, Assembly Bill 953 was passed, enacting the Racial and Identity Profiling Act. It was adopted in 2017 and became effective for our department in 2018. The act established new data collection requirements for California law enforcement agencies. These included the perceived demographic of the person stopped and other detailed data regarding vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle stops. This law requires that the data collected be based on the officer's perception of the person being stopped and not from any identification or documentation, such as a person's driver's license or passport. The data collected does not include any personal identifying information from the individuals being stopped. So in 2018, the department's AFDR system was updated to meet the new RIPA requirements that became effective in July 1st of that year. Per the California Department of Justice requirements, the department submits the stop data to the DOJ on a yearly basis. 1 calendar year's worth of data is due to the DOJ by April of the following year. However, due to the number of records collected by the department, ADSD submits approved records on a weekly basis to the DOJ. The California DOJ also publishes the LAPD stop data, and it's available on their website for the public. In 2020, the Office of the Inspector General completed a review of our 2019 stop data and made recommendations based on that review. In November of 2020, the Board of Police Commissioners adopted the recommendations from the OIG's review. There were several RIPA recommendations. Some of them that were most relevant to today's presentation include that the department should finalize the process for analyzing and publishing the stop data, improve the data collection practices, identify data improvements, and analyze the stop data on an ongoing basis and incorporate stop measures into the CompStat process. Slide over here. In 2021, the department retained the services of an outside vendor to develop a RIPA dashboard and reports to facilitate in the analysis and publication of the stop data. To assist with the development and configuration of the RIPA dashboard and reports, input was provided from internal and external partners. Internally, we formed an LAPD RIPA working group, which included representatives from the Office of Operations, the Office of Special Operations, Application Development and Support Division, the Office of the Inspector General, and CompStat Division. Externally, Commander Flores and I met regularly with our Community RIPA Steering Committee, which is made up of various community members from all 4 geographic bureaus. With assistance from all these partners, the RIPA CompStat reports were finalized, and we're in the process of still finalizing the internal dashboard and working on an external dashboard. Also in 2021, DEI division was established, and one of the duties we were assigned was the oversight of the RIPA CompStat process, which we are currently working on. In 2022, this year, the plan is to begin divisional training on the CompStat process following the Super Bowl deployment, and it should take approximately 1 to 2 months to complete. And then the first CompStat meeting to include RIPA database is expected to be conducted in Q2 of this year. Let's see. The next slide here, this is a screenshot of the electronic automated field data report that the officers currently complete today. This was updated in 2018 to include all the legally required stop data, and it covers the following sections, which I'll highlight during the next few slides here. This section here is our watch information section. This section includes the name and serial number of the officers conducting the stop and their assignment they were working during the day of the stop. Let's see, the next section here is our stop information. This section includes the name, the field data report number, the incident number, the date and time of the stop, and the location and RD of the stop. The following section is person number 1, and this would repeat for every person that's stopped during that interaction. But this section includes the officer's perception of the person stopped, including their race, their gender, their age, their perceived LGBT status, if they are perceived to speak limited or no English, and if they are perceived to have a known, if they're perceived or known to have a disability. The next section is the reason for the stop. This section covers the type of stop, such as the vehicle driver, vehicle passenger, pedestrian, or bicycle. This field is not currently required by the state, but we began capturing this in July of 2021 to get a better understanding of the type of stops our officers were conducting. This section also covers the reason for the stop, such as traffic, reasonable suspicion that the person was engaged in criminal activity or consensual encounter, to name a few of them. The officer will also type in the explanation from the stop, and it can do up to 250 characters. It is also, if it's a traffic stop, they also indicate the traffic violation type and the vehicle code section. Let's see, moving on. This section here is the actions taken section. This section covers all the actions taken by the officer during the stop. There are 23 separate actions that the state requires officers to report on, such as removing occupants from a vehicle, any use of force, searches or property discovered or seized. The officers are required to indicate all of the actions that were conducted during the stop so we can track each stop interaction. Also, if a search or a person or property was conducted, the officer is required to explain the basis for the search and what, if any, property was discovered or seized. The state has included about 13 reasons for the officer can choose from to explain the basis for the search, and they shall select all that apply. The officer can also write a free text explanation detailing the basis for their search. The next section here, or the final section, covers the 13 different results of a stop. They're identified and required by the state. The officer is required to indicate all the results that occurred during the stop. These results include arrests, citations, warnings, field interview cards completed, and psychiatric holds, to name a few of them. If the person stopped is arrested, cited, or warned, the officer will also indicate the related code section for that particular action. This is the electronic California stop data collection form. The required California DOJ data that we collect on our electronic AFDR is then electronically transferred to this form. And then this stop data is uploaded weekly to the Department of Justice, and yearly stop data is collected and reported to the DOJ by April. As I stated earlier, we send it every week just because we have such a high volume of reports. It would back up our system if we didn't upload it on a regular basis. And then at the end of the year, we started this year, just conducting an audit to make sure all of the reports are updated for 2021, so we don't miss anything by the deadline by April. This is just the second back page of the same form. Just going over the proposed ComStat reports and analysis. In the next few slides, I'll cover the 2 new RIPA ComStat reports that were created. Each geographic area will have both reports created for the specific area. These reports are titled the AFDR Area Profile Report and the Division Overview Report. After the Super Bowl deployment, DEID staff will begin training command staff and area crime and community intelligence centers personnel on how to use these reports in the AFDR database search tools. During the ComStat process, the analysis to be performed will focus on the stops, meaning the number of stops and the breakdown of stops perceived by perceived race, gender, and LGBT status, the reasons for the stop, both traffic and investigative, searches conducted, both consensual and non-consensual, the actions taken by the officers. In the beginning, the primary focus will be on searches and removal from vehicles. And then finally, results of the stop. And the primary focus will be on whether the results of the stop are consistent and similar across all perceived races, gender, and LGBT status. This is a screenshot of the AFDR Area Profile Report. This report provides comparative citywide data so that the area can identify and research variances between the area results and the citywide results. This report should be reviewed in conjunction with the AFDR Divisional Overview Report, which I'll show you next, which provides more detailed information on the percentages and amounts listed in the profile report. The AFDR Area Profile Report provides the following information for the geographical areas. So there are 4 pie charts at the top of the report that are specific to the division and time frame of the search query. These charts depict the percentage breakdown of the people stopped during this particular time frame in that division and by their officers that are assigned to that division. It also includes the 2020 census population demographic for that particular geographic division. This does not include people that come in and out of that division for work or tourists coming out of the division, just the residents that are reported living there per the 2020 census information. And the report also has the violent crime suspect race and gender information specific to violent crimes that occurred in that division. The next section here, this shows indicates the total number of stops and people stopped compared to the current and previous month, the current year to date versus last year to date, and the division's monthly average compared to the citywide average. And that's based on all 21 divisions for that time frame, and then averaged out by 21 areas. The next section covers the reasons for the stop. This section indicates the breakdown by percentage for the reason to stop and includes the same comparisons. And those are, the traffic stops we talked about, whether it's investigative stop, meaning a stop for reasonable suspicion or parole probation search, or whether it was a consent search or related to a juvenile. The next section talks about the top 4 traffic-related reasons to stop, and it indicates just the top 4 related reasons for that particular time frame, from month to month, from year to date versus last year to date, and then the citywide average for the top 4 reasons officers are conducting traffic stops. The next section is removed from vehicle. It covers the total number of people removed from the vehicle during a stop in that particular division. Again, it's month to month, and then their monthly average versus the citywide average for number of people that are being removed from the vehicle. And the final section here indicates the top 3 results of stops, excluding the field interview cards, and includes the same comparison timeframe there. We took out the FIs because that is one of the common things that are done. So it would just skew the data. We really wanted to know how many people were being warned or cited or arrested, and other those categories. So just moving on quickly to the division overview report. This report provides an overview of specific stop data in comparison to each individual's perceived race, their gender, and their LGBT status. This report provides detailed support for the AFDR profile report with a further breakdown of the total number of persons stopped and the percentages of each person stopped in the following areas. So this goes back to, it's in line with the first report. It shows the total number of people stopped, or total number of stops that were conducted, and the total people that were contacted or detained during those stops. The next portion of this covers the top reasons for the stop, and I highlighted the top 5 traffic reasons that we've consistently seen across the board, so we can compare how those stops are related to each particular race, gender, and LGBT status. The next section is the actions taken, again, focusing primarily on if they are being removed from the vehicle and if they're being handcuffed, and that's broken down again by race, gender, and LGBT status. The next section talks about searches that are being conducted, both consensual searches, if you're asking for consent, and searches that are conducted without consent, meaning there was probable cause or reasonable suspicion to conduct a search, and if any property was seized during those searches. And the last section here, again, is the results of the stop, and it breaks out all of the results that are applicable to that section, and then the number broken down and the percentage of each race, gender, and LGBT status for that particular category. So during the CompStat process, area commands are to evaluate if there are any inconsistencies in the officer's action during the stop and the result of stops in comparison to the type of stop being made. 2 instances where an officer's authority had great impact are during traffic enforcement and investigative stops and detentions. In either instance, officers are required to initiate, engage, and conclude their contact with a member of the public in a fair and even-handed way in an effort to create greater public trust and confidence. And reviewing the data, the following questions and topics will be discussed during the CompStat inspections. What type of stops are being made? What are the primary reasons for the traffic or investigative stops? Do the stops made correlate to the division's current crime trends, missions, call load, etc.? Are the actions being taken by the officer similar across all races, genders, with respect to the types of violations the person was stopped for? Were the actions by the officer similar based on the actions of the perceived person being stopped? And under similar circumstances, are searches, both consensual and non-consensual, performed consistently across all races and genders? And then finally, are the results of the stops consistent across all races and genders? This concludes the PowerPoint presentation portion. Thank you for your time on this, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Captain Ramos, thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to open it up for questions from the commissioners. Start with Commissioner Bonner. Any questions, Commissioner Bonner? We can't hear you, Commissioner. Still can't hear you.
So the first time I was saying, give me a second, but I learned to not move the lips before turning the microphone on. So I'm sorry, apologize for that. So I had a couple of questions. One question in terms of the big picture question, all the, relative to the data being reported to the state attorney general. Does the law require the attorney general to do anything with it beyond capturing it and making it available on their website? Like, do they have a staff of people who will be, actively reviewing the data themselves and potentially asking questions?
Yes, sir. So currently the California DOJ RIPA, they have a board of members. It's pretty robust. They put out an annual report, including recommendations. The most recent report was just published this month. And there's about 17 pages of recommendations focusing on actual data requirement changes, and then other recommendations for law enforcement to take action. We are my office right now is currently in the process of reviewing those 17 pages of recommendations to provide that to the director of our OCPP and to the chief.
Appreciate that. And then if you look at on the AFDR, the automated field data report, generally speaking, would you guess whenever the new system is operational and it's being utilized, is it expected to result in a net increase or decrease in the administrative time, the administrative burn that any patrol officer may, face in handling these situations?
So the dashboard that we're creating for internal and then eventually for the external for the public is simply an analysis tool. We haven't changed anything on the actual intake form of the officers in terms of this dashboard portion of it. This is an overlay on there, and we basically extract the data from the AFDR system that Application Development Support Division maintains, and then use that to generate reports from that.
Got it.
We've only made a couple of changes to the data, to the actual intake, to clarify some of the data.
Got it. Okay. And then the third question relates to the ComStat review or the potential ComStat review. And I can understand, envision how the analysis might look if you're looking citywide. This is on the question of the opportunity to identify any potential disparities that may warrant further review or discussion. So I can understand if, when you're looking at citywide demographics and you can determine that any given gender or race or what have you might be subject to particular stop more than others. But how can you speak just a little bit how that would work at the divisional level? I saw the one pie chart in the example you were given, for example, where you had 85% of a community would be Hispanic. So in that case, in a situation like that, where you're reviewing data that's coming in from a relatively homogeneous demographic, how would the issue of potential disparity be looked at or analyzed in that context?
Speaking everything recently, I think if you look through any article that's come out over the last several years, it always looks at the city as a whole. I think we all can agree we have very unique divisions across the board. So thankfully the 2020 census data came out. So it allows us to look at in each individual division in a bureau specifically based upon their population in relation to their stops. So what we're already seeing is citywide, it's about 9% African-American. And then when you look at the 26% of those stops occurring across the city being on African-American, it's hard to delineate where those are occurring and how they're occurring. When we start looking at South Bureau, percent population of African-American and about 50 or so, I'm sorry, 2% white in those areas, but a higher population of African-Americans. As across other platforms or other divisions, it's starkly different. So we actually have to look at manually each and every division as a division as a whole, look at their stops and look at the number and the percentages that differentiate between each race for those particular areas based upon their population. So it becomes very difficult to do in terms of, and I've had the same staff with me now for almost 6 months looking at this. So I can't put a number value on, meaning it's plus or minus a certain percentage in one area. We actually look at the total number of stops of each race and then try to have it similar across each action being taken during those stops or the results of those stops based upon the population and the number that they're stopping completely in that area, if that makes sense. It's very unique to each area and it's very
difficult. I think what I'm still having some trouble with, it makes perfect sense when you're looking at, again, from the citywide perspective. I understand that. But let's stay with, the example where you're in a situation where you're looking at an area or community where, the overwhelming majority of the community is of color, Black, brown, what have you. In that case, when you're focusing on that division, how would one, look at the number of stops, which you would imagine would be primarily people of color who live in that area? So as somebody's reviewing that data, how would an issue potentially be surfaced or identified relative to whether those stops were proper or not? Would it be looking at all just individual stops and whether individual stops was warranted? You could look at that and that give you something about the quality of the stops, but it wouldn't. It's that disparity part of it, which I'm still kind of wrestling with in terms of how that would be any better evaluated than where we are now.
I don't know. Look at the chief was about to chime in, so I wanted to hold off for a second.
Well, I think to answer, Commissioner, this is meant to, for the first time, allow us to look at 21 different communities and ask those questions to understand and learn from area commanders what might be driving those behaviors. And instead of just looking at statistics, when we see, to your point, a community made up of primarily Hispanic and Black community members, and when we have an outlier that proportionally the vehicle stops aren't representative of that, doesn't mean anything's wrong. It's just what's influencing that. How many people are, what the nature of the stops are, what's the motivations for the stops. You'll hear later today a proposal, a draft version on pretext stops and the use of those. And what are the underlying behaviors going on at a local level within a command at a watch level that may be driving the percentages or the numbers that don't match up to an adjoining area with similar demographics. And the question here is this isn't on autopilot. We're looking to begin to have conversation at the local level to understand why some of these disparities may exist, and is there a rational basis for them? Or could there be some inherent practices, operational practices at the local level that's resulting in these disparities? For instance, when we look at the number of stops, not just the number by ethnic makeup, but what's the results of those stops? How many people are being asked to take, to leave the car? How many people are being searched? What's the outcomes of those searches? And how does that compare across different race lines? We don't have a prescribed answer on this. This is the first opportunity that we have to start looking at this at a local level, to understand at a local level how informal practices informal practices may be influencing disparities that should not exist, or that can be avoided by changing some of those informal practices. For instance, if there's a practice that people are stopping individuals for tinted windows, or for an item obstructing visual obstruction, the little tree that hangs up in the mirror, off the mirror. If they're citing for the dangers those represent, that's fine. But if they're stopping them under pretext that these are individuals that may be involved in criminal conduct, such as robberies or burglaries or so forth, are the officers articulating that? And do the results of those stops and searches reveal that, in fact, the officer's suspicions have some merit? So this is really meant, historically, the organizations looked at this data across 465 square miles, and it becomes very neutered because of it loses distinction. And what we want to do is look at Newton Division compared to Southwest Division. We want to look at Rampart compared to Hollywood. Those are different communities, but there's also some peer-to-peer relationships that we think is going to help us evaluate this. But at the end of the day, one of the things that came from Captain Ramos's work, and I'm very, very pleased with his work, is coming up with a guide to talk about how we're going to interpret this individual profile and what area captains can expect for the nature of the questions, so that they can seek an awareness and understanding, so that they can, when they answer in this open conversation, not just in the first inspection, but moving forward, how can we agree that we want to start diminishing without adverse impact on public safety some of these what appear to be disparities, and especially disparities that we can't explain at an area level. Steve, is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, sir. And I think to further on that point, we do have a few divisions where it's predominantly one race or another. And that was part of the reason we broke down the number and the percentages. So it becomes very difficult when you look at some of the races that are not represented in a certain area, because the number of stops was so low. It's hard to do that comparison that you're referring to. But in most instances, the numbers are high enough where the percentages should be similar. And to the chief's point, we kind of weigh in what's going on in those communities, where those stops are occurring in those communities in relation to the crime. So it is, but again, to the chief's point, it's very difficult and it's new to everyone. So we're going to have to work through this as we move forward.
Sure, appreciate
that.
that.
One other aspect I want to add to this is just the populations is a daytime population versus a nighttime population, the resident population versus the commuter population. Those all have factors that when we explore and work at an area level with people who are actually on the ground and supervising, they can bring up those identities and those participations. For instance, the Broadway corridor may be, it's not represented, the commuter traffic on Broadway corridor may not represent at all the surrounding community because it's used as an alternative to 110 freeway. And yet the vehicle stops and efforts of policing to try to curtail speeding, to try to deal with hit and runs and other types of pedestrian collisions may end up with demographics on these charts that are not represented by the residential population.
Got it. I would just say that this is kind of the one piece of the puzzle, if you will. So you're going to bring forward, substantially more data to the table, but there's, sounds like there still is, and I understood from your presentation that, when you're going to go operational in second quarter, I understand that the work on what's to be done with the data, how it can be evaluated, it seems to me still is going to take some additional work, including ultimately, what probably some further information for the commission on not in individual cases, but just on this question of how is the data reviewed and with what kinds of action or outcome, I think is something we'll want to continue to talk about. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Kalanche, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Captain, just a couple of quick questions. Can you walk me through like a stop and when the officers would enter their perceived information? Would it be like right at the stop or?
Yeah, so obviously, once the traffic stop is completed, the officer currently has until the end of their shift to actually input that data. The preference is to input it as soon as practical. That way it's fresh in your mind of what you're doing, and so it doesn't kind of bleed over into the rest of the activities during the day. One of the IG's recommendations was that it's actually changed that the officer must complete the report as soon as practical, meaning as soon as they can reasonably, and then no later than by the end of the shift, so kind of reverse it. We are in the process of revising our AFDR policy to include some of the data elements we've incorporated on there, as well as I think what the director's presentation later in regards to pretext stops, to include that on the AFDR. And we'll also include the recommendation from the IG's office to mandate that they do it as soon as they possibly can.
So at what point do we, does an officer, is it just in the FI card, or is there a place where we actually get the real data? If I perceive someone to be Hispanic, but it turns out that they're African-American or vice versa, where is that information collected when they look at the license, or where do the officers enter that information?
So we don't enter that information anywhere on the AFDR. The state is very specific. This is
For LAPD. I want to see like where as far as analysis, how do we compare what the actual race is versus perceived race?
We currently do not do that. We can, so on the report, it indicates the FDR incident number. So I know what the officer is saying they included on there, and it has the incident number. So we can go back and pull that information or look at the body worn video to do that and see. But again, it's their perception of what the person is, not what they're indicating on there by driver's license or any other metric. So we haven't done that to date, but we could do an inspection to check on that. But then again, it's perception, not what's indicated on driver's license, and the state's very specific about that. And they could also include more races than one. So if you pull someone over, like I use me as an example all the time. If I was pulled over, I think different members of this board would put down a different race for what they believe I am. It goes back to what the officer perceives me to be. So we have not done that analysis, but we also haven't seen any reason to at this point to indicate that their officers are indicating the wrong race, if that's possible, because it is perception.
Yeah, I just worry about perception, and if there's no way to really assess, if there's no way to assess like perception versus reality, right? Latinos look very, very different, yes, right? Yeah, so that's a worry for me as far as like being able to correlate like the reality versus perception. And then also, I mean, this is based on perception. And if they're not filling this out till, some might not be able to fill it out till the end of their shift. And they've had time to think about it, or they've had interactions with the person that was stopped. I mean, wouldn't that influence what their initial perception was prior to the stop? So those are the things that worry me. But I guess we're just collecting perception at the time that you enter the data, right? Versus when you initiated the stop.
I think that was the reason the IG made the recommendation to do it as soon as possible to capture your truest perception. And I think the state's reasoning behind, in my understanding of what RIPA is, they want to know what the officer perceived the person to be and the actions they took based on their perception. Regardless if I get pulled over, I'm an African-American. Most people think I'm Hispanic. Some people think I'm from the Caribbean. But what did the officer treat me based upon their perception of what my race or my gender or my LGBT status was, regardless of what I really am? We want to know what the officer did based upon what his perception of that person may be.
I just think perception can be skewed once you have the interaction with the individual. So at some point, I'm not saying that this would happen, but I would be concerned that at some point, you're almost like trying to guess to the right race in order to not show any disparities, right? Not that, I don't know if that makes sense, but if I'm an officer and I'm in my division, this is like down the road, in my division, there's a perception that we're stopping a certain race for a certain thing, then and I've been told that we have to be careful not to do that, whatever. And now every time that I make a stop, I might perceive to correct that, right? And those are things that are not controllable at this point, but those would be my concerns.
So I think, I don't want to speak for the chief or the director or anyone. I think when we started this process and talking to area captains and everyone, the goal right now isn't for us to try and mandate, hey, you need to have a certain amount of population versus stops by a race. That's not what the message was pushing the officers. It's more so based on the procedural justice. We treat everyone equally
Right.
with fairly and respect and you know, explain why we're stopping and what we're doing. And our action should be similar regardless of a race, gender, LGBT status or other. So we're not pushing that. So I don't think the officers will start indicating a different race just to get their numbers up or down.
Well, I just feel like at some point you might correct for the race, but I mean, because it's not done, one, it's not done immediately because there's other things that need to happen. And then sometimes you want to do the right thing, right? So those are just things that concern me. I mean, this is really valuable information, but the fact that it may not be entered at the moment that you're perceiving to make the stop, the perceiving the race when you make the stop might be an issue. But we have to do it this way because they have to do their job. So it's just a concern, and maybe it's something that we just track or get some
we can track when it was uploaded, and we provided the officer with the ability to do it in the car, on their phones. We try and make it as easy as possible for them, and the policy will indicate to do it as soon as possible. But again, you know, sometimes it does get busy, but we're trying to maintain that and monitor that as best we can.
So one last question. When you're looking at analysis, I know you're going to be looking at it by division. Will you then be able to look at it by RDs?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we can drill down as far as the division, the unit making the stop, the officer making the stop. So the dashboard that we're building and continually work on and test and validate will allow us to do some very deep analysis, much like we do with our ComStat process today.
Awesome. That would be great. Okay. Thank you. That's it. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Chief, I saw you had your mic open. Did you want to jump in there?
Well, I just momentarily, we're gathering standards based on the state's requirements, and the state is very firm about perceptions. They want the officer perceptions wherever that occurs. And so that's the nature of your point's well taken. And as a side light, you know, looking back like the data to see what's the arrestees identified gender or ethnicity and what was the FDR's capture, and do a study there, an evaluation to see how consistent those are. That's something we could do on a side issue, but they really go to what is the officers, is there bias or implicit or otherwise to the perception of the officer, of the individual's race, their gender, and those type of factors. So that's what we're controlling.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Decker, did you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Briggs. First, Captain, I want to extend my appreciation to you and your team for the effort that was put into this. It was considerable, and I also know it's the first step as you refine the process, but it is a great effort, and I do want to acknowledge that. So thank you very much to you and your team. A few questions, Captain. You mentioned the state RIPA report, the annual report, and I have been reviewing that as well. And they do make a number of recommendations and suggestions. Included in that are to ensure that in addition to perceived race, issues such as sexual orientation and disabilities are also asked to be collected and evaluated. And are you doing that as well?
Yes, ma'am. It's currently on the AFDR, and actually on the division overview report we had, it does show on there the LGBT status on there and gender. There's also on the bottom, very last line on there, results for psychiatric hold. That's one of the things that we started collecting a while ago that Monique Turner put in place, that the officer can actually check 5150 as one of the results or the reasons for the stop, I should say. And it goes back up to reasonable suspicion. Right now, we're being tracked that way. I think the state's making recommendations to include that as a reason. as well as some other areas like unhoused and some other things I'm sure you read in the report as well.
Thank you. And Captain, in terms of what's available to the public, will it be the dashboard or is the underlying data still on the city's open data portal, or so that the public can do their independent analysis? Could you explain a little more about what is being made public specifically?
Yes, so the state, everything gets published to the state, and all of the LAPD data is available on the state website. We do one on our open source one, but it's the smaller data portion of that. It doesn't have the full data, but the full data is available on the California DOJ site, and we upload to that every week. So it's available to them. The plan, as I understand it today, these reports that we're going to start using for CompStat will be available to the public. And my team's planning on creating one of those per month for every division for the last couple of years, and then we'll have that available as a PDF. And then moving forward, as we get the dashboard finalized, there will be an internal one, the more interactive one for the analysis portion of it one. And then my team's going to create an external dashboard for the public, more like one you see on websites where it'll have information on there. And then the reports will be available to be run by date range and division. So that way they'll have some onus where they can look at their particular divisions and then get that data that way. And then this will grow into, I think, whatever the commission, the chief, and the public really require as we get further into this data.
Thank you. And you lead me to my next question on where do you perceive this going? You talked about this being kind of the starting point, the baseline, and refining it, much like the CompStat system that was refined over many years. And I also know you've looked at the report issued by the Center for Policing Equity and the Policing Project out of NYU, where they have levels of standards to all the way to the gold standard. But I wonder if you could give a brief overview of where you see this effort going.
Yes, ma'am. So internally, yes, I think it's very much like the CompStat process. In my discussions with Director Rhodes and Chief Moore and Commander Flores, I think this is a lot of data. And you have seen the dashboard. The chief was very select in what we started with in terms of let's look at these things to kind of integrate and socialize this with our commands and then grow as needed, much like the CompStat process. Started with a few reports and now it's, I think, over 100 reports. So I really see this growing as needed and as the public becomes concerned with certain areas. Also, the data will grow. The state's asking for a lot more data requirements moving forward if that is passed. And that would, I think, require an updated system and reports to kind of maintain what we're currently doing now. We have engaged with the Center for Policing Equity. They do have the silver and gold standard in terms of how to do the analysis, or as the chief calls it, interpreting the analysis and all the data, because they look at other factors that we don't have the ability to do at this point, meaning socioeconomic factors and other things related to the community. As the chief mentioned, tourists coming in, the workforce that goes in the communities, economic factors for that particular community. In my discussions with them and their data experts that have been doing this nationwide, they want to understand the differences with urban areas versus rural, because it's very different. Our gang impacts and violent crime as it relates to our deployment and the economic factors in those communities. So there are a lot of factors we're looking at, and I probably haven't even thought of yet, that we're engaging with the community members. We have a very big group of community members we're working with, and for the Center for Policing Equity and others. And I think on a daily basis, other studies are being conducted, like the one with some of our partners over here through California. So I think it's going to continue to grow as the information becomes readily available and the data really starts getting analyzed. I think we're only in the first couple of years of this. So I think it will continue to grow as I think the California DOJ thinks that they want to be the national model for how this is collected and reported. And just as a note, when I met with the experts from CPE, they were very impressed with our dashboard and our reports and don't know of any other department that is so robust at this point in their development. So I think we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Captain. Chief, a question for you, sir. From the big picture perspective and the use of this information and data, I wonder if you can just give a brief overview of how you see this in terms of effectiveness in policing, efficiencies, assessing, you already addressed a bit, assessing the disparities and trying to dig into that further. assessing outliers. If you could give a little bit more on the big picture perspective that you have with respect to the department.
Well, thank you. So we see this as much like the way we started looking at crime some 20 years ago with the CompStat process, which is understanding what's working, what's not working, what are strategies to pursue change. And in this instance, the underlying issue is the trust of the community that when officers are engaged in enforcement activities, that they're doing so in a fair and unbiased fashion. And they look to these disparities currently in instances, and whether it be in communities or certain identities or advocates that believe that the data suggests or supports that it's not fair, it's not impartial, that it's in fact biased, and has, if not on the individual's actions, that systemically as an organization we're engaged in practices that have these unnecessary disparate impacts. This is meant to dig into that discussion at an area level, and then to do it in a fashion that is not one and done, but that we begin a process of conversations with a local command as to this pursuit to ensure that not just individual actions of officers are justified and based on constitutional stops and based in procedural justice, but that organizational practices at the area level are also seeking those type of outcomes. I'm reminded of our work with, for instance, when we realigned Metropolitan Division crime suppression away from vehicle stops into investigative follow-ups to solve violent crime, because we saw that the disparate impact is the number of vehicle stops were not having, in our view, the desired outcome of finding individuals who are actually responsible for the underlying violence. That while we found instances of that, we stopped many more thousands of people in which that wasn't the occasion. So are there other strategies that could eliminate those disparities or reduce them and still have community safety as a hallmark of our work? And I think that those are conversations across 21 different areas that over time demonstrate our commitment to that. And I look to impacting and better understanding and articulating the basis for why we do see variances, why we do see behaviors that people may look at and say this is wrong, and that we can not get into an argument, but provide information and perspective. And by the way, I also think that as we have these conversations, it's an awareness on the part of our officers, on the part of our supervisors of their actions and how their actions matter, and that their discretion and use of that discretion is critical as they go about and police the city.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. My final area of questioning is to the Inspector General, Mr. Smith. You and your team wrote that report from 2020 that offered a number of recommendations. I'll also note that in the state RIPA report that was issued in January, they reference that report and many of the recommendations that you offered. And so my fundamental question to you, Mr. Smith, is whether what you've seen, and I know you saw a preview of this from the captain and his team, whether this addresses the recommendations that you and your office put forth in that 2020 report, and whether it does so fully, and whether your continuing role in overseeing the development of that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And to try to very briefly summarize some of those recommendations, what we wanted the department to do was to begin understanding and utilizing data that it collects about its stops to inform its policing, particularly in areas where there are perceived or actual disparities in treatment, and understand why that is and if there needs to be any change on that basis. I see the new dashboards representing, in my mind, the department's new tool that will allow them to begin doing that. And so to me, this is in furtherance of meeting those recommendations in a really positive way. In that aspect, I just want to very briefly thank Captain Ramos, thank Ms. Turner and the many others and staff. OIG has had frequent contact, to say the least, particularly with Captain Ramos, in working on this, and we appreciate the back and forth and discussions that were had. With regard to the tool, and this has been highlighted in some of the chief's comments already, and I think in some of Commissioner Bonner's comments as well, with regard to this tool of the dashboards, I do think it is still a developing tool, and that needs to be refined and broadened in certain ways. For instance, There's some variables that we think are important to be added into these dashboards that are sort of readily available to captains out in the field who are looking at their data. Things like a better breakdown that includes the unit type that's making the stop, things like the duration of the stop. Is there possibly a cause to automatically separate out traffic stops because those are sort of a different type of stop than other stops? Those are, I think, are questions that still need to be answered and refined. But as has been said multiple times, this dashboard is a beginning and will continue to be refined, and we are very excited to have that beginning. One thing we're also focused on is the data accuracy. It is crucial that the data being inputted into these dashboards be accurate, and we have concerns that there's always going to be a human element to this, and that's understandable, but it needs to be looked at constantly to make sure that the data is as accurate as we can possibly get it when we want to review it or when the department wants to review it. So those are things that we will be looking at. And then the last part of this is, I think this is indeed a good tool and a good starting tool that hopefully will be continually refined, but we're excited to see it. But now the key is, okay, how is it going to be used? That again is a theme that you've heard from the chief. I think you've heard from Captain Ramos, you've heard from Commissioner Bonner as well. That's going to be the key. Now that we've got this dashboard tool that is useful in the department's analysis, what is that analysis? How are they making decisions based on the data, and how is that improving the policing of perceptions of bias, actual bias? How is it being used? OIG does plan to continue monitoring the department's CompStat process, as you're hearing about now, as it starts up in the next quarter. And that's what we'll be looking for is, okay, how are they using this data to inform their policing and try to improve in areas where there needs to be improvement. But we're excited to see this new tool, and it's a very positive step toward our recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate that perspective. Commissioner Briggs, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff, did you have any questions? Thank you. Captain Ramos, thank you very much for a very thorough, comprehensive, and a longstanding project. I know you put a lot of time and effort into it. You met with me independently and walked me through a lot of the data that goes into it. You showed me how that data is culled out and how one can go about an analysis. I think that part of the analysis, at least from the data that was disclosed to me, kind of informs us on the next item on the agenda, which will be the pretextual stops. For example, the data that I saw, and this goes to Commissioner Bonner's question, suggests that in the South Bureau, there are a lot of stops that are conducted regardless of the demographic makeup, well, not regardless, but given the demographic makeup of those communities, Black and Brown, versus the type of stops that are in the West Bureau. Whereas you find stops in, say, for example, on the South Bureau for people with tenant windows or unregistered vehicles that result primarily in warnings, but not necessarily issuance of tickets. And there's data to suggest that. You don't find the same type of stops in the West Bureau, which in and of itself can be supportive of what has been previously reported, that these stops are primarily conducted or are pretextual in basis, and leads some in the community to understand that the stops themselves are biased, and that the only reason why someone is stopped is because they are Black and Brown. And it goes to Commissioner Kalanche's point of understanding, perceptions. But to Commissioner Kalanche's point that Latinos or Hispanics are all over the place, I would say the same of Black people as well in our community. I mean, we're a rainbow, we're a spectrum, and the perceptions are different. But nonetheless, I think the data is going to help us with better policing and going forward. And I commend you, and I commend those who have worked with you, because I know the amount of time and effort that you put into this. And I think that once this goes live with the public, they will appreciate the data and everything that has happened. So thank you very much. Appreciate what you've done.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we will go to item 5B, the department's report on pretextual stops. Can we have Director Rhodes, please?
I'm not sure why my camera isn't working. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Director Rose, but we would like to see you.
There we go. So let me move so that it's slightly less backlit. And I'm going to thank you for the appropriate segue, Commissioner Briggs, from the RIPA dashboard and data to the pretext stop. I'm going to now try and share my screen with you and talk about this policy or draft policy for you to review and consider. So first, let me say that this is a policy on the limitation of use of pretextual stops. And this was in part out of the IG's report, as Captain Ramos mentioned, refocusing the department's strategies on addressing violent crime away from the use of pretextual stops, but not banning them. So I wanted to start just with a little bit of illustration for what this policy tries to achieve. As we know, the police department is tasked and with protecting the public safety, including from violent crime. One way the department has done this, and police departments across the country have done this, are through pretextual stops. And Los Angeles, as somewhat of a horizontal rather than vertical city, has a lot of travel within the city. So talking to and connecting with motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists is one way in which the police interact with the public. The department is committed to continuing proactive policing to protect the citizens or the Angelenos in which it serves. In addition, though, it's evidence that public safety requires community collaboration. Public safety is achieved and crimes are solved based on the department and the community coming together to collaborate. And finally, community collaboration comes when there is trust and accountability. That feeds public safety, and the three can only be accomplished together. So this policy is right in the Raylo triangle that exists in the Venn diagram. And I will say that this is illustrative, and we understand that the overlap is actually more significant of these three things, is more significant than this slide would show. So the LAPD has often been at the vanguard of having public safety, community collaboration, and trust and accountability, and this policy is no different. It makes sure that there is a balance between these three important goals. So going to the policy itself, it is 2 pages, and I wanted to emphasize that despite its short, the fact that the policy is short, it has many important facts within it, and I'd just like to go over some of those with you briefly. The first is the preamble, and the preamble talks about the necessary balance of law enforcement and the prevention of crime, how stops can promote public safety, but also how such stops can also subject motorists and pedestrians to inconvenience, confusion, anxiety, and strain relationships between law enforcement and the community. This recognition is in part what the policy is based on. The policy then goes on to, oops, let me go back. To talk about pretextual stops, and it defines it within the policy. There is often a lot of discussion about what a pretextual stop is. Here, there should be no confusion because we are using the court's definition of a pretextual stop and the fact that it is legal, but we are making sure that it is best used and refocusing the department. The next thing it goes on to talk about is the use of stops, and particularly, and this was addressed in the IG's reports as well, that they are made to protect public safety. Minor equipment violations and other infractions should only be made when the officer believes that such a violation or infraction significantly interferes with public safety. So we are moving away from just minor equipment violations and into protecting the public safety, which is one of the main concerns of the department. Next, it talks about when, how pretext stops will be restricted by the department. And this is that a traffic violation may occur, but officers should not conduct a pretext stop unless they are acting on additional articulable information. So, and that is supposed to be done on body worn. You will note that both the use of traffic and pedestrian stops and the use of pretext stops should be done should be articulated on body worn video, so that both of those have the same note. And both of those should be done when an officer articulates the information on body worn video. Finally, it talks about the duration and scope of all stops. And this has been previously articulated in other topics or other publications by the department, but neither the scope nor the duration of the stop should be extended beyond the reasonable suspicion or probable cause developed either at the inception or during the stop. So that is an important fact. And finally, finally, the conduct during the stop should ensure procedural justice. This is something that we talk about over and over again in training, and it is repeated here. The way in which an officer stops someone and the way in which he or she communicates with that member of the public is very important. So into this short policy are packed many topics, all of which are important. And this policy does, in a nuanced way, something that I think is not done elsewhere. And that is it leaves and maintains discretion for the officers, but makes sure that discretion is not unfettered. It limits and restricts the way we do pretext stops, but does not ban them. And in this way, we think that we have basically the beginnings, at least, and to be used with data of public safety, community collaboration, and trust and accountability. Of course, this will take a great deal of training. It is a shift in focus for the department, which is exactly what we were trying to achieve and what the IG recommended. And I would thank the IG's office, the city attorney's office, and many members of the department for going back and forth and talking about this policy in order to get the most balanced and nuanced policy that we could come up with. Are there any questions?
Director Rhodes, thank you for that. And you just mentioned that you went back and forth. can you quantify how many times you went back and forth with the PPL with respect to this policy?
Sure. We sent them and ERG and Commander Orb sent them the policy or a draft of the policy on, and let me just get these dates exactly right. The 15th of December, when that is after a significant back and forth with Mark Smith and his team from the Office of the Inspector General. We sent that policy to them on the 15th of last year, December 15th of last year. We had a meeting with them on the 11th. The first meeting was the 11th of January, which was the first time they were available to meet with us, and the 18th of January. As Mr. Hanna stated, we made amendments between those two meetings, and we made another amendment to the preamble after the second meeting based on their suggestions. We sent a full and complete final draft to them on the 20th and asked that if they could return it by the 24th, but they were unable to because of the meetings of their boards. And on the 27th, I believe, in the afternoon, we got back more and firm requests, some of which we believe should and can be dealt with in training. We spoke with the LAPPL extensively about training. We have invited them to train with us as subject matter experts about reasons that people are stopped, especially for vehicular stops. But we were unable to come to a final agreement, but we certainly still hope that they bring their expertise and help us train, the entire department.
Director Rose, let me be clear. On January 27th, 2022, in the afternoon, your office received correspondence from the PPL indicating that they found the draft that went back to them that you just mentioned had been sent back to them unacceptable, correct?
Yes.
They had a number of proposed revisions, one of which was to the preamble. They wanted the statement in the preamble that, quote, "This is particularly true as community members sometimes perceive stops as biased or unfair," removed from the preamble. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they also did not want officers to be subject to a
Commissioner Briggs I'm sorry.
Well, Commissioner, if I could, the conversations back and forth between the department and the league in this meet and confer process, I would respectfully ask that we remain, that those be conversations that remain between the two parties. Respectfully, this is, I think, those are conversations that are unframed or just expression openly between both departments as we meet and confer on this policy, and that process still continues.
Thank you for that, Chief. I was somewhat put off this morning by the statement by Larry Hanna that we did not meet in good faith with them and that we did not listen to what they had to say. And we did not take into account what they wanted. And what Miss Director Rhodes just said indicated to me just the opposite. So I did not want to leave Mr. Hanna's statement with the public as a correct statement, because it is not. But I will adhere to your request that I know go further on this, just to say that the department has, the executive committee has met in good faith with the league on this policy and coming up with it and putting it before the public for public comment and for the league's comment as well. With that said, Commissioner Decker, do you have any questions for Director Rhodes?
I do. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. And I think just Commissioner Briggs, if you don't mind, if I just make a slight correction to what you said, the executive committee has not actually met with the league, but we learned through the department's meeting of the leagues what some of the issues are. And I would just clarify one other matter. There was a statement indicating that the board has previously met and determined the outcome. That is inaccurate. There was never a meeting of this board regarding this item. Individual board members may have been briefed on it. I don't even know how extensive that was. That's not my place for those individual conversations, but the board has not met to predetermine this. In fact, we're not voting today as it states on the agenda, which was posted last Friday, not on Monday, Friday. We're not voting today. Additional public comment will be taken. I encourage PPL to, you can comment through that process if they so choose, and they can continue to offer their proposals should they so choose for consideration. So there's no predetermined outcome here. It's open for public comment as the agenda states. But Ms. Rhodes, turning to questions for you, there were also some questions and you made some statements about training. There were concerns expressed about potentially officers on the street on patrol not understanding this. So can you go into a little more detail about what the plan is, what the department's plan is to ensure that the officers understand, as you highlighted, the nuances of this policy?
Sure. Thank you for your other comments. I also have encouraged the league to use the period of public comment to inform the Board of Police Commissioners and the department of their desires. I have spoken to Dr. Pinnell, who you know is the director of our academy and educational process, to discuss her thoughts about the best way to proceed forward. Like other policies, we will have a video discussing this policy and its ramifications. But in addition, to be clear, this policy is not something that came down from state law and is a shift in how the department perceives things. We, through Commander Flores and Captain Ramos, we have spoken to several captains, both from patrol divisions and other specialized units, to get a sense of what would be the best way to do some training. And they have encouraged us to go out and talk to watch captains, sergeants, and lieutenants. And so we intend, and specifically I intend, to do just that, to talk about the policy, what it means, what it is looking for, how it is meant to protect public safety, and how we should be articulating what and why we are doing, both into body worn when a stop is being made and to the member of the public who is stopped, so that we can maintain and gain public trust, have accountability, and go forward, really making stops that are proactive and actually produce safety, whether it is to warn the public about something that is unsafe about the vehicle they are operating, or to conduct an investigatory stop that could lead somewhere else, as long as there is articulable information to justify that stop. And so this is a training that I think has to be a little more focused and allow for questions, because again, it is nuanced, it is meant to be balanced, and it is a shift, which we hope to accomplish both somewhat immediately, but mostly over time, so that we become and maintain the position of being a preeminent or the preeminent local law enforcement department.
Thank you for that, Ms. Rhodes. Turning to your the focus of your presentation was with balance, finding that balance between public safety and community trust. And we just heard, as you know, because you've been involved also in the preparation of the compilation of the data and the reports and CompStatting the stop data. Can you describe how you're going to use that data, perhaps to continually evaluate this proposed policy and perhaps even recommend future changes? How are the two intersected, really?
Sure. So we remain committed to being a data-driven department, and it is hard to be data-driven if you don't have organized data. It has been a Herculean effort on the part of Captain Ramos and his team to get that data organized. And now that it is, we will be able, as the IG indicated, to really look at its accuracy and also to see where change needs to be made, either policy-wise, training-wise, or procedurally. This will help us determine the efficacy of this policy and where it does what we are hoping that it does, which is move forward public safety and public trust at the same time, because those are not an either or situation, but rather one depends on the other. And we will be able to see if and where this policy falls short and try to hone and refocus the policy with the data.
All right, very good, thank you. And I'm going to turn to the Inspector General again, because so much of what we're talking about today emanated from the report in 2020. I know from Ms. Rhodes, you've from her presentation that you've been involved in the back and forth in the development of this policy. So I'm sure you, well, I'd like to ask your opinion on the policy before us, whether at least based on what you know today, it strikes the balance. Does it strike the heart of the recommendation that you made to the commission? And of course, any other commentary you'd like to provide on this particular policy in front of us.
Thank you, Commissioner. In short, OIG feels that this policy takes a giant step toward putting appropriate limits on the types of stops that we saw as potentially problematic. And I think it's a very important development for the department, in the OIG's opinion, in the way that Director Rhodes has described it as a change in thinking, a change in how the department wants to conduct certain stops. And so we feel very positively about the limits that are here. And in addition to some of the nuances that Director Rhodes mentioned, which is correct, there is also some very bright line language that we feel is appropriate and important. There's one, for instance, that officers shall not expand the duration or scope of a stop without absent additional justification to do so. Now that this is clearly written in this policy, officers will be held accountable to that standard, which is, I think, a really important aspect of the policy, and one of the reasons that we're very supportive of it. Just as in the previous item we discussed, it will be important to the OIG, and I think to any other stakeholder in this, to watch how the policy is implemented in practice. You've already heard the discussions. I won't rehash them about the training that needs to happen. I'm excited to see the video that will come out to help explain what the shift in thinking is and what the policy exactly says, what officers can and can't do. But how it plays out in practice is, of course, going to be what's important. We'll be watching that, as I'm sure the commission will as well. But the policy itself, we think it takes a giant step forward to putting an appropriate limit on the types of stops that have been problematic overall in the past. And so we're very much in favor of it. The only other thing I would add is a little bit akin to what we talked about in the previous item. OIG did work, as you mentioned, very closely and very frequently with Director Rhodes. I appreciate her openness to all the communications that we had. I think that was very effective, and I thank you for that. And I just recognize that as there are many parts of this process, the OIG's recommendations that help lead to this, the meet confer process that's been discussed. If there's one entity that's kind of in the middle, I believe it would be Director Rhodes and OCPP, and that can be a very challenging place to be. I fully acknowledge that, but we think that this policy was, again, I said it before, I will say it one more time, a giant step forward in terms of meeting the recommendation that we had with regard to pretext stops.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So just a quick follow-up. What I'm hearing is it's consistent with the recommendation you proposed in 2020, and the Office of the Inspector General will continue to be involved in the implementation and oversight, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Are there any further questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sobroff?
Yeah, what I've seen here, like what I've seen many times when meet and confer is involved, is something that comes to the commission that has been worked on very hard by a number of people in good faith. And it's coming to the commission for, I think it's important to realize that it's just coming to the commission now in this draft, and that that you are asking for public comment and for continued league comment, which it doesn't say here, but and also that you are meeting with some of the people that are highly affected by this, and that is officers in the field. That Director Rhodes is continuing to do that. And what may evolve is this, after that process, that this report be adopted verbatim or with changes, whether they're tweaks or deletions or additions. But that's what the process during the next few days, if that's all it takes, is involves. What's important, I believe, is that the tone in which these discussions happen, continued discussions, spend their time on substance, not style, not whether the league was totally right or totally wrong, or the department is totally right or totally wrong in the way it's gotten to this point. The fact is, it's gotten to this point. And the fact is that that there is a process that I would like to see go on as a respectful and open process that may or may not make any changes to this report, whether that comes from the league or from the public or whatever. But I think that this is an opening, and again, like the body cameras, this is not being etched in stone on a tablet. This is a beginning, and I want to see everybody working together, which includes officers in the field, which includes the league, which includes commissioners, which includes all of our departments, to try and when this comes back to us with some sort of with a tone a little different than it came today. I don't mean with what we heard today from a number of people. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Commissioner Kalanche, do you have any comments?
Yeah.
Or
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm really happy that we're at this point. And thank you for your hard work. And Chief, also thank you for your commitment to making this happen. It's a very important step that we're taking. I also want to encourage the public to give us their feedback, just like we're asking the league to continue to have dialogue with us. But this is a very important step for our department, and I feel it can be a model for other departments. And along with the previous agenda item and the data that's going to be collected, this is a really, really, really important step forward. So just want to thank you for all the hard work and for moving this along. So that's it. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you. Just, I think, probably one question and one, or two questions, really. The question on the language of the policy itself, and anybody, this be addressed to any of the two, but I think I'm trying to understand also the potential impact on just the work, itself and addressing crime and so on. And the question, I think, goes to something that probably is not part of the policy, but this is what I'm trying to understand is, and I'm looking, just starting with the therefore, absent intelligence or information connecting an individual to a crime or public safety concern. And so it's very, focused on individuals. But what is, does it have any application to if the only information or intelligence relates to the vehicle itself? So if there's a notice, to be on the lookout for a green Toyota with tinted windows or something, is it clear that, or will it be clear to the patrol officer that that they need not hesitate in pulling over a green Toyota with tinted windows absent information about the individual driving? Or so this doesn't strike me as a pretextual stop. It may not be, but that's kind of what I'm trying to understand is that scenario where the information and intelligence is about a vehicle, not an individual, is that considered a pretextual stop? And how is it addressed in this kind of with the language that's before us here?
So, Commissioner Bonner, one of the reasons that this policy allows for discretion is because the numerous facts that exist in any kind of stop all are important. So yes, it could be a pretextual stop if you're on the lookout for a green Toyota with tinted windows, and there are many of them. But that could also be reasonable suspicion to pull that over in an investigatory stop. If you, importantly, and I think Captain Ramos mentioned this, the RIPA board only allows for one reason. We know, and I know you're aware, that there can be multiple reasons to stop a vehicle or a person or a bicycle. And lawyers are able to argue in the alternative. If it was this, and if not this, then it was that. But the RIPA board doesn't see it that way. So if officers were to see a green Toyota with tinted windows that also had a traffic violation, they could pull that green Toyota with tinted windows over for multiple reasons. The policy talks about after the therefore the operator, because if the car is just parked, that's a different circumstance. But yes, articulable information is less than reasonable suspicion, but it is something more than just the traffic violation.
Okay, Chief, did you want to comment? I want to
just to assure you that that's what you've just described. The training will be clear. If you have a vehicle with tinted windows and you have reports as an officer that there are a green vehicle with tinted windows, and you have, as an officer working in a command in which that robbery occurred, and you have that report of a green vehicle with tinted windows being involved in a street robbery, the officer could stop that vehicle for tinted windows when he or she may otherwise not write a citation, because the added information is we've got a green vehicle that may be involved in street robberies. That may or may not amount to reasonable suspicion for a investigative stop for robbery, but it does meet the reasonable suspicion for a stop for tinted windows, and it's pretextual because the officer has a motive other than citing the individual solely for the tinted windows. What we're trying with this work here is to avoid officers, if you will, stopping vehicles on a randomized basis because of an underlying minor traffic offense, such as a tinted window or an object obstructing a view, when there's no additional information about their person's involvement in criminal activity or the vehicle's potential involvement. That added information does not have to amount to reasonable suspicion. It just has to be something, a bit of added information that the officers were asking to articulate.
Can you just clarify one other thing? Because at least, but the information has to relate to the individual, right? And presumably the individual, I'm just reading in terms of the language here saying that absent intelligence or information connecting an individual. And that's what I'm trying to understand, is that there may be any number of situations where the information or the intelligence that may be the basis for stopping a vehicle may not relate to an individual. But so I just want, so the question is, do you still have that latitude to, if you have no information about an individual, but you have other information that may present the basis for a stop, is that will that continue to be permitted?
So I believe that this is exactly the point why this is going before the public in your eyes, is a different prisms to look at and expand upon or clarify, so that it is the conduct of the vehicle stop or the conduct of the stop itself may not be related to the individual, may be related to the vehicle, is your point. And so the language in your interpretation causes you some concern about what an officer prohibited from stopping that vehicle, because it's not the conduct of the offender, it's the conduct of the vehicle. We want to clarify that. The training would be what we mean in our mind's eye. What we mean to do is we do not want to stop proactive police work, identifying people who are engaged in or have just committed or in the process of committing a serious offense or crime. These are the actions of proactive policing that are important, but we want them to be able to articulate that if the underlying basis for the stop otherwise is just a minor traffic violation that they don't intend to otherwise cite for, because it doesn't pose a risk to public safety.
Appreciate that, and I certainly agree with the point that there's going to be some, under any scenario wherever the language comes out, it strikes me that there's going to be the need for some additional training around, all sides of the equation, not just even with the officers, but also with the public, to understand what expectation is being set relative to how this is going to occur in any community. So I think that'll be important as well. And in that regard, or along those lines, as you say, if I'm understanding correctly, this is a process question, that public comments being held open until the 8th, and then the matters coming back before the commission on the 15th, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Yes,
or whomever. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the question is relative, is the plan, is it currently, or could it be the plan to, since public comment is closing on the 8th, is there any way to allow us access to public comment before the day before the 15th, or before typically I would imagine that whatever information we get would come out that Friday before the Tuesday meeting, and maybe that's enough. But the question just is there any way to have access to that earlier in order to see how it may inform any decisions?
Well, I believe, and our executive director can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you will have access to the public comment prior to the meeting on the 15th, so that all of us have sufficient input from both the public as well as the league.
So, all right. So the anticipation is that it would come to us along with the package of other information presented for the meeting on the 15th.
I'll defer to Mr. T-Fank on this one, because you say other information. I mean,
well, I'm just, and I'm just
public comments, so I don't know.
Right. I think, again, what I'm just referring to is typically, we understand the agendas on Friday, then we can have access to information that's uploaded and so on and so forth. And it sounds like that information, because I maybe answer my own question, public comment closes on the 8th. So yeah, that'll be a combination of some communications that in theory could be provided on the 8th, but most likely you're going to compile and package and present everything along with the other meeting materials coming to us for the 15th is my assumption. But it was just the question of, given the issue, it just seems to me that it'd be beneficial to have as much time as possible to contemplate any impact we get from any feedback we get from the public process, even if that does mean that it's part of the package that comes out in the normal course. So, Richard, if you had any further clarification on what you intend to do there, that'd be helpful. But it sounds to me like it'll come to us with the meeting package for the 15th.
Unless the city attorney corrects me, I believe what can occur is the public comment is being directed to the email address that is on the agenda, which is stops@lapd.online. And the proxy for that is in Ms. Rhodes' office. So the comments will go to her office. I don't see any reason why, as those comments were received, they could not be forwarded to the 5 commissioners. So you could be receiving those comments as they come in. And then they would be compiled by the office of Ms. Rhodes. And that would be the agenda report that comes to you, would be a synopsis of those comments. If I've got that wrong, Mr. City Attorney will correct me.
Right. They can be disclosed early, but they would also have to be published early as well.
Okay. All right. Well, again, I don't want to take up time trying, negotiate kind of a process point, but it just, again, if there's a way, and I certainly, the way you're describing it, I'm certainly not asking that every time an email comes in, that it be forwarded around. I'm certainly not asking that. That in an ideal world, process closes on the 8th, somewhere around the 10th, or so, somebody may be able to package some information and make it available if that's possible. But if not, that's fine as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Before I call on Commissioner Decker, I do want to say this. All of the commissioners have brought up some great points concerning this policy. As the public can tell, this is an extremely important policy. It's important for our city. I think that the city of Los Angeles, the LAPD, has always led our nation when it comes to what we consider 21st century policing. And this is one of those steps in that direction. This policy that the commission is considering and that we're putting out for public comment arises in part from some of the civil unrest, some of the things that we heard from the community members at that time. So as Commissioner Kalanche indicated, it is extremely important that we get comments from the community members as well as the league who are commenting on it with respect to officer safety. As we all recognize, Los Angeles has gone through a surge in crime recently, so definitely we want our police to protect our citizens. By the same token, we don't want any of our citizens singled out for what we in the law call an immutable characteristic, meaning your race, gender, or other characteristic that are profiled as criminal. And this is an attempt to balance that. And so we are asking everyone to please come forward with their comments. And at that time, we will ultimately, in taking into consideration all of the comments from everyone, and in good faith, move forward with the adoption of a policy that we believe to be best for the city of Los Angeles. With that, I want to call on Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I would like to propose, colleagues, that currently the agenda proposes public comment closing on the 8th. And given the discussion on the table, and even though this matter really has been on the table since the IG report was issued, I'd like to propose that we extend the period of time for public comment in order to ensure all parties, the public, the league, whoever would like to comment has sufficient time, and then there's time to package it and make it public at appropriate time and time for us to read it. So I would propose the following, that we extend, and Mr. Tiefenk, if you could look at the calendar and be sure I get this right. We extend the period of time for public comment to the 15th and have it agendized for our meeting. The next meeting, I think, would be March 1st. And that should afford sufficient time for all of the public comment, written public comment, to be organized, given to the commissioners, made public at the appropriate time, and all of us to prepare for March 1st. That would be my proposal to change the dates. So with that, I'll make and just Mr. Tiefenk, do I have the dates right?
You do, ma'am, yes.
All right. So with that, I would make the proposal, the motion is to, would just be to open public comment until the 15th, and then have it heard or agendized for March 1st. And to be honest, I'm not sure Commissioner Briggs, whether a formal motion is needed or whether that's just an
Well,
administrative.
if a formal motion is needed, I second your proposal, but I'll defer to the city attorney. But since this is an agenda matter, I understand we can call it back when we want, but I do want the input of our colleagues. Are commissioners okay with this proposal from Commissioner Decker?
So just really quick. So what you're saying is after the 15th, we would have 2 weeks to be, and it would make, the public comment would be made public and obviously would be made available for us to study and to figure out if we have additional input. Okay, that works.
Commissioner Bonner?
Yeah, and just in full disclosure, it works particularly well for me because I had informed Mr. Tiefenk some weeks ago that I don't anticipate being in attendance on the 15th. So if we're able to collect the information and take this up on the 1st, I think to me that'd be great.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Sobroff?
Perfect.
Mr. City Attorney, is this okay?
Mr. President, yes, it is more of an administrative matter, scheduling matter at this point, and you are not taking an action on the item. You can do it one of 2 ways. If you want a consensus and you want a formal motion, or you can just all agree to reschedule this.
So then we have agreed to reschedule it per Commissioner Decker's proposal. Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney.
Mr. President, if I may, I just want to clarify the comments that are received by the department. If we push those out to each of the commissioners prior to the meeting of March 1st, they have to be posted as a public document in between that time. So if that's the direction, we will work with the department to get that done. We cannot push the materials to the commissioners without posting them to the public.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. I think you understand it correctly. Very good, sir. We'll push it out to the public. Thank you. At this point, we'll turn to item 5D on the agenda, the department's report on the Blake Justice Consent Decree. And we have Commander Flores. Thank you, Director Rhodes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commander Flores.
Good afternoon, President. How are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Commander Ruby Flores. I'm the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer for the department, as you know, and I'm happy today to be the bookend of our team's presentations all related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. This afternoon, I will present to you on the Blake Justice Annual Report for fiscal year 2020 and through 2021. As you are keenly aware, the city entered into the consent decree in 1980. So we have been reporting for a very long time on these statistics, and as required by the decree, there are 6 attachments that I've submitted for your review, and I intend to briefly review those because I know that you have been provided context in over the last year or so in terms of receiving different presentations from Personnel Division, Recruitment and Employment Division, as well as our Training Bureau, all relative to the department's hiring, recruitment, training, and attrition rates. With that, I'm going to share my screen and pull up a short PowerPoint, which I'm going to hopefully be able to. Oops, let me go back. My apologies. Let me figure out how I can go back 1 second. Here we go. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
Yes, we have it now. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Okay, and you still have it, sir, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so to begin with, I'm just going to begin with an overall slide showing what our department looked like back in 2020-21 fiscal year. At this time, you can see that we are still at that 18% mark for women, and also still maintaining 82% or so with our male counterparts. Our department often takes pride in the fact that our department does mirror our city that we represent. So we are now at 71% of our department are people of color. We are still working hard to reach some of these goals to increase our recruitment and hiring of African Americans, as well as women, as you're well aware of our pledge to join 30 by 30 so that we can increase our female representation to move past that 18% mark. The long range goal for the consent decree is 20%, but on a hiring standpoint, it is mandated that we reach 25% of females per recruit class. And by definition of this decree, minorities within the report is defined as Hispanics and African Americans, which mandates that 45% of all entry level police officers be of minorities. And that further broken down is 22.5% for each categories, African American and Hispanic. So in looking at last fiscal year, unfortunately, we are only able to hire 78 recruit officers. We had over 10,000 police officer application submissions as reflected in your attachment number 2 that you have in your reports. 43 recruits were women, which accounted for 55% of all hires, and 35% were men. Of those that did graduate, 70 recruits graduated, 39% were African American, 40% Hispanic, 5 API, and 14 of Caucasian and American Indian descent. And looking at our graduation rates, although these two classes were very small, our graduation rate is 90%, and the attrition rate therefore would be 10%, which looking over the years and looking at the past 5 years, our attrition rate was at one time 26%. So we have made strides in graduating more. I would think that through my discussions with our training bureau, that much of that can be attributed to some of the changes in retooling of the academy in terms of resequencing some of the curriculum and the manner in which it's delivered. So I think that speaks to the success of our training cadre to ensure that our recruits are successful in recruit training. Looking at overall sworn promotions and pay grade advancements for this fiscal year, these graphics depict all ranks. So this would be not only just command staff, but police officers, lieutenants. 43% of Hispanics accounted for the overall promotions, and 26% of women were promoted during this time as well, along with 11% African American. In breaking it down further, there were 154 promotions overall, and as I stated, the 40% were women. Of those women that did promote, they gravitated more towards the detective rank and also rank of lieutenant. There were 11 women that were promoted to the rank of lieutenant during this fiscal year. So looking at command staff, which is captains and above, 21% of those promotions and pay grade advancements were made for women, while again, Hispanics accounted for 50%. And our African American 21%. So overall race, again, I just bring this slide up just so I can toggle back to the next slide, which demonstrates that, as you see, the African Americans, there were 11% that were made for the entire year during this fiscal year. But looking as it stands more recent, for the first 2 quarters of this fiscal year, African Americans are at 11%, 38% for Hispanic and Caucasian. So we hope to continue to move past these numbers, and so we can continue to move the needle to continue to promote more women, African Americans, and people of color, so that we are reflective to reflect this consent decree and our community that we serve. Let's see, where's my closing? So really I would like to just state that in closing, and looking at this from a DEI perspective, we are in compliance with the consent decree, where we are in good faith attempting to achieve the goals set out in the consent decree by making reasonable efforts to do so, to implement selective recruitment, selective processing, and selective certification and appointment of qualified minority candidates and women as necessary to achieve our annual goals. And with our goals, we've always exceeded that of what is mandated of us. We push forward, we ask for more. As we see with 30 by 30, we're pushing really hard collectively as a group with hiring. Personnel department has been extremely a good partner and extremely aware of the need for us to keep hiring, because if we do not continue to hire, we will certainly not meet our diversity goals. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commander Flores. Commander Flores, overall, in terms of recruitment, I understand we still have challenges with respect to recruiting Black candidates and female candidates. Is that not true?
Well, it is challenging. I think that as you see the number of applicants that come in, over 10,000 last fiscal year, we certainly do have a big pool to choose from. But certainly that number is dwindled down because of the process in which the background the background process tends to lend itself to hire certain ethnic groups. So we are certainly want to recruit more women and recruit more African Americans, so that we have a larger pool to draw from.
And I don't know if you can speak to this, but what are we doing to increase the pool of female candidates recruits and African American recruits?
So recruitment efforts, a huge campaign, and finally a budget to do so is critical in partnership with Personnel Department. There have been many efforts to recruit at our historical Black colleges, universities, some of those, the athletes. There's certainly a lot of different avenues in which we can explore, but without a proper budget, really, I think that's what will hinder us. And if you look at years past, before we had a sizable budget to do some quality campaigns, we didn't have the number of recruits coming in with the amount of diversity that we have now. So certainly not only campaigning internally, externally, but using our affinity groups to assist with recruitment and retention is another goal as well.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Commander Flores. How much money do you need in the budget? In order to recruit more minority candidates, more women.
So let me be a lifeline here. So the money, there has been additional funding that was brought in this year, a combination of monies that were not used last year from the Police Foundation, as well as city funding, about $700,000. And we're currently using that funding primarily through social media channels to identify targeted outreach and engagement. We also, in this last quarter, have been able to begin revisits to local colleges, particularly junior colleges throughout this region, believing that and finding that applicants that are interested in law enforcement, one of the hindrances is from out of the area is them traveling here and setting up homes here, if you will, that the cost of housing, or at least the perception of living locally and moving candidates here from other parts of the country has been a barrier and a challenge. One of the things that we're working on now with Personnel Department, and this is with Captain McCraney and with Deputy Chief Mark Reyna and Chief Choi, is what other avenues of incentives or bonuses. Police recruiting across America is under great demand, a great deal of stress. Agencies across America are actively seeking out and hiring qualified individuals, and so for the department, we're in a difficult job market. And currently, as was said, the number of applicants last year, with only 78 recruits, 10,000 individuals. So if we only hired 3 or 4 of those per 100, we still would have met our hiring goals. But by the ground that we lost last year, this year our goal to hire 740, we've hired about 360 of them. I was just told today that our next academy class is only going to have 31 recruits. That's the 3rd or 4th class in a row, well below our 60. So as a department, we are striving, working with Personnel Department, to only hire qualified applicants, for that to be a diverse group of women, African American, Asian Pacific Islanders. And yet I look at the underlying now just under 4,000 applicants, and we lack in substantial diversity in Blacks and in women, meaning that the percentage of total applicants that are women, I believe the number was like 17 or 18% of all the applicants. And so just processing those 17%, if every one of them was qualified to be a member of this department, we'd be fine. But what, of course, we find is that applicants from all various identities do not oftentimes make the grade. They don't meet the qualifications of this department. We are focusing on applicants to shorten the time of qualified applicants to get into academy seats, and that is an all-out push. And what this commission is aware of is additional personnel that we've assigned. And as of, again, just this morning, I've asked again for our personnel to identify what added steps can be made so that we can accomplish the hiring goals that we have in a very difficult job market. And that could include additional marketing monies, but it also may include the use of bonuses or other incentives in order to bring people into the organization. There are many agencies across American policing now that have job bonus numbers that both for people within the organization to identify individuals who are successful candidates, but also those candidates having an incentive program to come to Los Angeles or to be a member here, and in a couple of stages, much like recruiting for a sports team, they have an initial signing bonus and then a secondary bonus upon completion of their probationary period. That has been one of the strategies that we used back in 2006 and in 2007, when the last time we saw the challenges in our efforts then to grow the size of the organization in a tight labor market, as you recall.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Commander Flores. I'm going to open it up to other commissioners at this time. Any questions? Commissioner Soboroff?
Yeah, just a comment. I think the information in here is really terrific, and its interpretation does take a lot of time and can be looked at for a number of ways. And then the actions of the department based on the interpretation we're already talking about, which involves recruitment, et cetera, et cetera. I think this is really, really good information. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, thank you. First, probably a question and a comment, but the question first is, in the 42 years that this information has been reported, Is there any history with of the Department of Justice, ever calling up and expressing any concern or asking any questions about the information they're receiving?
No, gosh, as far as my experience in being here and attending commission meetings for last 10 years or so, I've never heard of that being an issue. Some may wonder why we're even still under the decree, but I think it keeps us on track, and it keeps us honest in terms of the good faith efforts to maintain these goals. And I think they're still relative even today, as we talk about the strides that we've made with back when this started. Women couldn't work certain assignments, as you know. They couldn't promote past the rank of sergeant, and even some detectives could only investigate certain crimes. And their pay scale was different. So it was due to another lawsuit at that time that women could now become full-fledged detectives that could investigate crimes.
So yeah, and I appreciate all that. And I think part of the point that, and I wish there were a different answer, that, oh no, periodically there is some discussion of it, but it goes to the broader, even a point that was made when we were talking about the RIPA data as well, is that it's great to have data and have it reported, but there's always that question really of what anybody's doing with it. So, this by its nature, kind of implies that, hey, we're going to really, require this data to be reported to us so that we can watch and see and make sure that something good is really happening. And it sounds like that's really not, the case. My assumption is if you talk to the DOJ, they probably would tell you, hey, we have thousands of reports, things coming to us from across the country, and we just don't have the staff to review all this stuff and really engage on it. So there's that element of it that I think is just related to an admonition about, the collection of data generally. Here, I think a couple other data points that make me, I think, even more concerned about, and this is the other reason I was focused on the 42 years, because on the one hand, that's looking back, but when you're looking, forward, there's some long-term trends that are really, in my opinion, probably having some impact now, but at least strike me as having the potential to having some impact on the candidate pool. And I'll just mention a couple briefly, and this is related to, the 18 to 24-year-old demographic. And am I accurate that is a large part of the applicant pool? Is that accurate? I know it's not everybody that doesn't come in as an 18 to 24, but I assume you got to be at least 18 or 20. But that's kind of a key part of the demographic, is it not, 18 to 24?
21 to be hired.
Oh, 21 to be hired. Okay, but my point is, you're talking about people in that range. And what I've seen recently is, in particular, in looking at the impact of the pandemic, there's some pretty serious turbulence there. That I'm seeing that suicide is up 51% amongst that age group, is up 51% since last year. Suicide among Blacks in that age group is now twice the statewide average. In 2020, it was 12 of every 100,000 Blacks in that 18 to 24 age group died by suicide. And my point is, that's just the suicide, but it's, mental health, it's the, economic stress, it's the full weight of all of the things that, that have been talked about either directly or indirectly in some of the work that we do. And clearly those are not issues that I would expect, that the department would be, leading on and so on. But I'm just getting it out there because I think it is important to understand that some of the challenge is a matter of effort and creativity and the budget and all those things that have been talked about. But there's also some real world realities that I think are at play that the right people, whoever they are, need to be aware of in order to then develop additional strategies to overcome those challenges. So it's a long way of saying, the climb is getting steeper from my standpoint than it was even when we started this conversation, or at least since I've been on the commission now 3 years or so. But there's that broader situation out there, and of course it affects not just recruiting, it affects crime rates and a lot of the things we're talking about. But I just felt compelled to mention it because again, we're talking about a group of people who are experiencing a tremendous amount of stress and dislocation and lots of other things right now. And so we need to understand how that, may impact not just the workforce, but also the people they're engaging with. So that was really just the comment. I don't know, actually, the question is, do you observe those broad, kind of societal dynamics? And is there at least an awareness, and is that factored into decision-making in any way? Or is it something that you acknowledge and feel bad about, but may have to rely on others working on it?
No, that you bring up a good point. That is a discussion I communicate very often with Captain Aaron McCraney. Recruitment is something that we're both extremely passionate about. He has a think tank of professionals within the city, all of African-American descent. And those are issues that he discusses with them. We've had discussions as well as just looking at what's new and what do we need to do that's bold and different in recruiting this new Generation Z. And I think one time before I presented what's most important to them is diversity, inclusion, but also this young generation, they're looking for a workforce that is very flexible. It has access within the department to their leaders. They want to be involved in decision-making, things like that. And then now we have a pending legislation that was passed that would mandate a degree in modern policing. So those are all aspects that we have to look at and be realistic when we're recruiting.
And I guess another question came to mind, I guess more specifically then, is in that recruiting process, and I know there's, background checks, there's a lot of different parts of it, but is this area, can you comment on the mental health aspect and whether there's a risk, just like we're concerned, for example, about the number of people screened out for cannabis use or other things that maybe shouldn't be as rigidly applied or considered as they might have been. You see any risk that if the data points that I was communicating here, if they're anywhere close to accurate and maybe getting worse or what have you, is there going to be any cause for looking closely at the mental health screening and review that's done in order to welcome and accommodate people who may have some mental health concern or consideration, but are otherwise fit and qualified to be in policing? Or is there some risk that someone who comes in and has been in counseling for a couple of years or has some sort of mental health issue, is there any risk that they will be screened out in larger numbers than should be the case?
I have to defer to the personnel department because that's part of the process. It's managed and under their purview in terms of the psychological review and background. As you recall, much of the process is not under our direct authority or purview to make those kinds of decisions.
Okay, so just make that suggestion that it's something that I think a question that I would get into the mix. Again, if it's, if the suicide rate amongst young women in this area is up 51%, and if it's, twice the statewide average just for young people of color, to me, that would raise that question of are we at risk of having a larger number of people potentially screened out of eligibility? And someone else who knows more about this may say, oh no, there's a certain type of issue that they're facing, and there may be other things that I'm not qualified to speak to, but I do think I've seen enough to suggest that you give some attention to it to understand what the impact may be.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Soberoff.
Yeah, well, I have one other question. One of the things that was brought up by Commander Flores and by the chief is the obvious cost of housing here in Los Angeles, and how that is a deterrent to anyone thinking of moving to Los Angeles, especially people that are working in public service like ours. Has there been any thought or outreach to landlords, homeowners who would be willing to make a 4 or 5 year commitment to give reduced rent to an officer to help bring them to Los Angeles? And I can't think of anything that would increase the value of property more than having an officer live there. How are we working on mitigating that issue? Because it's a very big issue. The cost of moving and the cost of at least the first few years.
I have had this more of a training and recruitment question, but some of my conversations with Captain McCraney is working to identify places where some of our recruits that do come to that relocate from another state, that we do have to do a better job of finding them an affordable place. It would be in a perfect world and with good funding. We could have a stay academy, like the CHP does, but that's certainly not something feasible, not the way our department has held accountable academies where they're stay overnight type thing, but then transitioning them into the communities where they can live and where they can afford to live that's a challenge, certainly. So I have to defer to the chief if there's anything else that I missed on that. I don't.
Well, I think the key. Please
go ahead.
No, well, I just think it goes to.
Chief, go ahead, please.
It goes to the critical importance of local recruitment. We think that the best officers are from our region of 10 million people in the LA County alone, and that there's ample supplies. We need to attract them. We need to build their confidence that this is a job that is meaning and purpose and it can be extremely rewarding. We recognize the outside candidates from outside this region that have a desire to come and be a Los Angeles police officer. But it is, I think to your point, we are open to bright new ideas. Education has long had housing trusts to attract and retain professors and teaching staff for high quality universities. A housing trust for Los Angeles. It has happened in policing about 30 years ago. We're a cop next door program with mixed results. But certainly we're open to, as a department, such engagements where we would, again, further attract applicants to an affordable city, one that they could thrive in. Just this morning, I spoke with an officer who was injured on his way home on his motorcycle, seriously injured and hospitalized. He lives in northern San Diego County. And when I asked him, I said, that's a long ways from here. He says, but I want to be a Los Angeles police officer. And so it speaks to what he's willing to endure as a young officer to be a member of this organization. And I think it speaks to an area for us to think outside the box and pursue so that we can have greater success here.
The idea of recruiting even within the region to get people, if they can live in Los Angeles, it's better for Los Angeles, it's better for the officer commuting wise and all kinds of things. I'd like to see that. What was that report called 30 years ago? Move here, live here.
Officer Next Door or neighborhood.
Yeah.
It was neighborhood policing. It was Officer Next Door program. It was ran through the Housing Urban Development. It was then under the President Clinton administration and provided for low-cost housing loans. And there are some forgiveness programs now on education for public sector. And I think that it's an area, again, as we move forward, it is one of the conversations major city chiefs are having with the current administration in regards to their support of public safety. In regards to, we clearly hear their efforts and support for reforms, also for addressing violent crime and the recent increase in gun violence. But we're also speaking to expanding our workforce and providing entries for a generation of people who may not look here first, but are otherwise very well qualified. And what kind of incentive programs could we pursue that would make this more appealing in a tight job market?
Yeah, 15 years ago or 20 years ago, when I was working at Playa Vista, we set aside units for LAPD officers, firemen, teachers, and nurses. And they were pretty much at half price. They were heavily subsidized by the developer. And as it turns out, it was probably the best investment that the community made. I would be interested if I could get enough background information from Commander Flores or whoever. In going to the real estate industry here in Los Angeles, the people that build these, that own and build apartments and homes, and trying to see what could happen in the private sector as one-on-one as a direct impact to help in this area.
Absolutely. Let's work that with Ruby, if you'll work with Aaron and orchestrate
Yes,
that.
sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Any further questions for Commander Flores? Seeing none, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to the Personnel Department Selection Division. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. We're now going to go into closed session with
I believe Commissioner Briggs got cut off. So Madam Secretary, would you take us into session?
What time are we going right now?
On behalf of Commissioner Briggs, I'll say it's now 1:15. Why don't we take 10 minutes? 1:25.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary?
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 6A1 and 6A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're back on the record. Mr. Tiefenk, can you please report out of closed session?
Yes, the commission's concluded its work in closed session. For the record, Commissioner Kalanche was not in closed session. As to item 6A1, head strike number 010-21, the commission unanimously adopted the chief of police recommendations on a 4-0 vote. The recommendations were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 sergeant 1, 1 police officer 3, 2 police officer 2s. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 police officer 2. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. Less lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 3. As relates to item 6A2, non-tactical unintentional discharge number 022-21, commission on a 4-0 vote unanimously adopted the chief's recommendations. Those recommendations were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 police officer 3 + 1. Drawing and exhibiting does not apply. Non-tactical unintentional discharge, administrative disapproval, negligent discharge, 1 police officer 3 + 1. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. See you next week, everyone.